sight, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might. Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong.
They say our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the Union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman, William Tell, came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason. But the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello. How we doing? Oh, Mike MCG, look at you thinking that I'm organized enough to start on the hour. That's adorable. No, it's just starting whenever I finally get all my materials ready. Hello, everyone. Hello, Blue Vixen. Hello, Astral Seastar. Hello, Gatsby Cat 22. Hello, Regington Mogus. Hello, Damned Sputnik. Hello, Punky Gal. Thank you for subscribing over on
Less than 3.
Twitch. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello. Hey, Cab includes Tome Police. Hello, CR. Hello, Zoe Bren. Hello, Zero. Hello, Evelyn M. Hello, Brassman. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Jobertus Maximus. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Erica. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Abyssal Nath. Hello, Alexis Vandom. Hello, how we all doing today? Hello, WJ Adam. Hello, Jer666. Hello, Abzu. Hello, Hairless Grizzly. Hello, Tasmilly's Hero. Hello, how we all doing today? Hello, Jobert. Hello, Bobby. Hello, Kiwi Burb. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Rammer Biggs. Hello, Starm. Not doing that good. I'm sorry to hear that. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and for this little YouTube link. What am I looking at here? I guess I'll find out. Nine-Tailed Witch, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Y'all.
Mein Sektor. Das hier ist das wichtigste Gerät des Küstenwächters. Das Gerät und das Gerät. Überlebensradar.
Mayday, Mayday. Hello, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you... Over. We are sinking. We are sinking.
Hello? This is the German Coast Guard.
We are sinking. We're sinking.
What are you thinking about?
That was a good commercial. Sake Tanuki, thank you very much for the laughs. How we doing? The show can now begin. Indeed, Ransom Ballard. Doing much better now? Hell yeah. Whoo! Ooh, baby. Hello, Peachy. Kyle Kalinske put out a very interesting video today pointing out all the things about the Charlie Kirk situation that doesn't add up. Lots of weird stuff. I mean, I gotta be honest with you guys. I don't feel very conspiratorial about this one. I saw that video. I didn't watch it, but I saw it and I kind of got the idea of where it was gonna go. And like, I don't know about this one, guys. I don't think I can follow Kyle that way. Hello, the Profane Priestess. Got your paperback contributor copies? One of the creatures I helped design is the template. Ooh, fun. Hello, Twin Tails. Yes, I'm back. It is, in fact, Monday. A day. I know it might feel like we have, in fact, lived through an entire week, and it might feel like it's Friday. It is, in fact, only Monday. I double-checked before I started stream. It is, in fact, a Monday. The end of Monday, but there are still a few hours left in the day for things to happen. Fuck, I know! Started progesterone? Congrats, Profane Priestess. Best of luck. It's Tuesday? For you upside down people, maybe. How we doing, folks? Hello, Louise. Hello. Arachnus. Oh, God. So we have a lot to talk about today. Just like an unhinged amount of things to talk about.
Imagine Biden hosting an episode of Town in the Oval Office.
You know, like... Man, we could have been a real country. just him mumbling like, come on, Jack. Boobies. Like, just like, I don't, what would that show even have been with that level of senility? It would God. All right. Hey, Deaderiker. I'd love to talk about how disingenuous Kirk's debates were. I am gonna do my best to cover a lot of different things about Charlie Kirk today, because it came to my attention that, like, my assumption about Charlie Kirk was that most people were encountering, you know, his blatantly bigoted ideas. And it has come to my attention that, like, as we go, like, further on into this, you know, current event, that a lot of people had highly siloed views of who Charlie Kirk was as a person. You know? There's an element of this where, in my particular position in this industry, right? Like, I see all of the things that Charlie Kirk says. And so I assume other people also see enough of what he says to get the general gist of who he was as a person. And I am realizing that that is not the case. And I think that that accounts for at least some of the glazing that Charlie Kirk has had posthumously. And I think I think I need to actually, like, go over, because I saw some of this in my comments, right? I saw some people being like, I actually don't really know that much about Charlie Kirk, or what kinds of awful things did he say? I don't know where to find them, or anything like that. And it's like, well, I think you could find them if you, like, went to his Twitter account and did some reading. I think you could find them if you watched a few episodes of his show, but not everyone is gonna do that, right? Not everyone is gonna do that. And so I set aside a chunk of my day in order to like comb through hundreds of different posts and clips and snippets of Charlie Kirk's stuff, right? In order to compile a set of things that we could look at together, right?
Issue is the right has already hijacked the narrative. Many independents will see he was a lefty 20 times and roll with it. We lost the narrative.
I don't give a fuck if we lost. You like, do you think that I'm a socialist because it's like the most popular thing in the world? No. It's hard. Our job is hard. That's not an excuse not to do the job. So, the only thing I gotta say is like, hey, we are going to look at some really awful shit tonight. And I wanna be honest about that. We're not gonna get to it. Maybe we'll get to it right off the bat. Who knows? But I just want to level with you guys, because there is apparently a sizable number of people out there who saw Charlie Kirk as an inspirational speaker. Someone who would go out and give like vague "you can do it" platitudes, and or who like was just like a good evangelical preacher type, kind of like a youth minister.
It's almost holiday season. We need to make a big fuss about the GOP's war on Christmas. All mothers and fathers will feel the import tariffs for their children's presents this year.
Absolutely. We will, and we will get to that. We're not going to talk about that in depth today because we have too many things to talk about. If by a sizable number of people you mean an entire side of my family, then yes. Yeah, so what my goal is, and I just want to level with you guys as we go into this. My goal was to get together a bunch of different pieces of Charlie Kirk saying things, and to put together all of those clips in one place so that you can have just like a super cut to share with folks. That's kind of my goal. I've gotten a bunch of the clips. I'm gonna like put them together, show them on stream here, and have my editor like string them together, okay? And you get RF noise from you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll move my cell phone away from my sound box. That should help a little bit. But it's going to be a slog. Not gonna lie, it's gonna be difficult. And I'm gonna do my best to contextualize some of these things as we go. But just letting y'all know, I'm doing this because I think someone needs to do it, and it's not even gonna be comprehensive. Like, I spent like hours today going through these and trying to figure out which ones would be like useful to kind of demonstrate the point. And I went through hundreds of clips. Hundreds. Him saying slurs, him advocating for violence, him ratcheting up the temperature of the political discourse in this country. And it's not pretty, it's not pleasant. But I think a lot of people need to see this kind of stuff because they're not going to search it out themselves. And also, I don't blame them for that. Like, Charlie Kirk put together like 1 or 2 or 3 hours of show every day. That is a lot of show for like an average person to watch through. That is a lot. So I am going to try and make it a bit easier. Yes, I see the "Oh Mommy" redeem. I'll do it. I'll do it later. We got to do some serious business first. Okay. We have a lot to talk about today beyond this. But we're gonna start with this. I think it's important, and we're just gonna dive into it. So, folks, Charlie Kirk, what did he stand for? I've already told you guys at length what I believe Charlie Kirk stood for. I have like a 2-hour-long video talking about what his death means, how the world is going to react to it, and what he did with his life. Right? So, I have become aware that this is not sufficient, that a lot of people want citations. A lot of people want to see him actually do these things. And so I have taken the trouble of finding a bunch of clips of him doing just that. But before we get into depth here, I wanted to play this clip of Nick Fuentes from... How long ago was this? This was from a year and a half ago. From Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Charlie Kirk, as we know, has become a white supremacist, and that's a huge victory. But he remains a... He remains a Jew lover. he remains a Jew lover, and that I don't use language like that, you know. But he is an Israel shill. Like Charlie Kirk has become white nationalist, hardcore, but he remains a shill to the Jews in Israel, and I've said that for a long time. But if Posobiec is coming out swinging on both fronts, it's like, hey, if Turning Point would just stop banning Groypers from their conferences, maybe we could work together. If they would just stop bad-mouthing me and just reintegrate the Groypers into the machine, that would be a win for everybody. Because, honestly, the Turning Point USA philosophy is dead. Like, we killed it. I killed it.
Oh boy! Quotes from Nick Fuentes that have aged like milk. And I think what's telling here is that Nick Fuentes, who is a Nazi, he's a neo-Nazi. He's known for that.
This whole thing is undoubtedly bad, in many, many ways. However, the silver lining is we could turn this into a victory, if we show who he really was.
Well, and that is the intent here, Brutus Magnuson. And I'm gonna actually mute alerts for this segment, because I think it's important for folks to hear these clips. Right? But Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. He's cheering the fact that, in his view as a neo-Nazi, Charlie Kirk was a white nationalist, a white supremacist. So, this is, again, that was from a year and a half ago. Let's just check out some other stuff that was said about Charlie Kirk just a couple months ago. Here is a quote from Michael Knowles.
So, why do I mention all of this? Why bring all of this theology and ancient history into this conversation of Charlie Kirk, who mostly hosts a political show? Because it's a sign of the times. Okay, Charlie he's an unusual figure because, well, he's extremely successful. He's effectively running the Republican Party. You know, he's a big figure in politics. Didn't go to college, self-taught. He's an alum of the Lincoln Fellowship at the Claremont Institute. You know, he's a really intellectually curious guy. So he loves to pursue the truth as he can find it. And he's doing what a lot of us did, even those of us who did go to college, where we say we didn't really get a full education there. We got to play catch up in our 20s and in our 30s. And so he's learning things. He's really interested in not only knowledge generally, but understanding the knowledge that formed our civilization. Things that have deep roots. And he says, you know, I came to this conclusion. Mary's actually really important. And going all the way back to the earliest days of the church, Mary was really important, and she should be important for us too. We need to maybe return to a little bit of tradition. We need to pay more attention to what our forebears thought. We need to rediscover some of these forgotten truths, or truths that have been forgotten, at least in certain communities. Charlie is not only in part a cause of some of the great developments we're seeing in politics, but he is a sign of the times too, because this is what's happening. It's happening among Protestants. It's happening among Catholics and Eastern Orthodox. It's happening among atheists even. There is a return to faith.
So, I don't know if you guys noticed it in there, but this is again from a couple months ago. So, a year and a half ago, Nick Fuentes declares Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist, white nationalist in his eyes. And then a couple months ago, Michael Knowles is talking about how Charlie Kirk is effectively running the Republican Party. And I just want you to reckon with what those two ideas mean and the broader ramifications of those things. Because we're about to now talk about Charlie Kirk in his own words. And we are going to hear what he had to say about the world, himself, these traditional knowledges that Michael Knowles refers to. And I mean, let's start out, you know? And some of these are going to range from just like absolutely bat crap insane to, you know, pretty bog standard like bigotry to you know, 5-alarm bigotry calls to violence. So as a heads up on that. So we start with a fairly bog standard bigotry. Pride is a sin. It's on June 1st because he's talking about Pride Month. He's talking about gay people. Being gay is a sin. Now, this isn't necessarily one of those takes that, you know, a lot of evangelicals would necessarily you know, bat an eye at, because a lot of them believe that that is the case, and they have different ways of either rationalizing their way around that or simply accepting it while deciding how they tolerate LGBTQ people in their lives, right? So that's not really anything to write home about in the grand scheme of things, but obviously it gets a little bit worse. Here's a clip from July 24th, 2023.
I am a product of teachers and an educational system that believed in providing the children with the full expanse of information that allowed them to then, and encouraged them to then reach their own conclusions and exercise critical thought in a way that was directly intended to nurture their leadership. I am fully aware that it is because of that approach that I stand before you as Vice President of the United States of America.
I know what you're thinking. We got to get Joe Biden out of the way so we can run up against Cammie. Oh my goodness, is she beatable? It's like Black Hillary on steroids. Is she black? I guess she says she's Caribbean or whatever. It doesn't matter. She gives these speeches and it just has this aura of totalitarianism. My team says she's Indian and Caribbean. I'll tell you what, she would be a lot easier to beat than Joe Biden. A lot. I mean, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled, Alzheimer's, corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America. But Kamala Harris, my goodness, there's something that just kind of is tribal where people are like, I don't know if I want this crazy person running the country.
Yeah. That's Charlie Kirk calling for the president to be executed. And acting very confused about a person of color. So, you know, just a very normal thing to talk about. I also wanted to take a look over here at a piece he wrote in 2021 titled On Sexual Anarchy. It's real, it's spreading, and they will fight you if you talk about it. I was trending on Twitter on Friday, again, this time for using the phrase sexual anarchy. Since millions of wonderful normal Americans couldn't care less about what trends on Twitter, let me explain. A clip from the live stream of my national radio show began circulating online, in which I said, among other things, that Democrats don't want the same America that conservatives want. I listed several examples of this self-evident phenomenon, including how the Democrat Party is advancing a culture marked by sexual anarchy. I barely remember saying it, to be honest, but it apparently struck a nerve. Even the conservative luminary David French, well-known moral arbiter and scold, called me out for my hypocrisy, noting my support for Donald Trump, who has had a reputation as a ladies' man. Dim-witted blue-check Twitter only understands anarchy in terms of how government is structured, but that's a simplistic use of the word. Anarchy means without a ruler or chief in any context. Oxford Dictionary defines it as a state of disorder due to absence or non-recognition of authority. So what or who is the authority when it comes to sex? Well, as a Christian, but not just as a Christian, that authority is the laws of nature consonant with those of God. I didn't come up with the expression sexual anarchy. Manhattan pastor and good personal friend David Engelhardt devoted a whole chapter on the subject in his upcoming book, Good Kills, of which I have had the privilege of reading an advance copy. Here's how he describes it. The hatred of structure, the motivation to consume for the pleasure of self. Sexual anarchy is the throwing off of God's sexual order. That order, as dictated by Jesus, is as follows. Have you not read that from the beginning the Creator made them male and female, and said, for this reason a man shall leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh? So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore what God has joined together, let man not separate. Amen. God's sexual order is as plain in nature as it is in Scripture, and people everywhere have observed and recognized these facts of life for millennia. But the progressive left has succeeded in so corrupting our language, our media, and our universities that it is now controversial to state observable, objective scientific truths. It is even worse if you root those truths in Judeo-Christian tradition. The facts that there are only two genders, that transgenderism and gender fluidity are lies that hurt people and abuse kids, and that God's good, loving, and joyful ideal for our lives is for a man and woman to be joined in lifelong marriage covenant. These are all under official opprobrium in 2021. In nearly every conceivable way, sexual anarchy or the lack of sexual order is obvious in America. Marriage rates are plummeting. Birth rates are falling off a cliff. Young people are addicted to pornography. The progressive pillars of Hollywood, legacy media, and metropolitan elites want to cancel entire states like Texas for standing up for the unborn. The NCAA will relocate sporting tournaments from states that don't allow male trans athletes to compete against biological females. It's also why the trans community is currently mounting a cancellation campaign against comedian Dave Chappelle for saying something as innocuous as gender is a fact. Chappelle notes that Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling, noted Trump basher and left-winger, has been canceled because she's considered a TERF, a trans-exclusionary radical feminist, whose deaths are routinely and gleefully called for on social media. Jacqueline Moore, the trans and white Hollywood showrunner of the Netflix show Dear White People, is leading the cancellation effort against the black comedian, saying she won't work for Netflix again until it pulls his comedy special from its platform. Sex and sexual identity are now higher on the progressive hierarchy than race. Like, I just want to pause, okay? I just want to pause here, because he's just like, this is just like incoherent babble. This is just incoherent, bigoted babbling. Like, trans people broke this man's brain. and like he can't put all the pieces back together again. You know, this is some bullshit. You know? And I just like, especially from 2025, looking back on 2021, like, oh boy, like this doesn't, this is nothing. This is nothing. Like, his evidence of like sexual anarchy existing is non-traditional gender identity exists, and marriages are falling apart. And like his solution to that is, well, you ban the non-traditional gender identities, and well, obviously you have to stop abortions, and you have to like force women to stay in marriages. Like, when the obvious solution here is like, I don't know, have better marriages. Like, raise a generation of people who are able and like the people that they are with. Like, I don't know that seems really obvious to me, right? Like, raise the kind of people who make friends for life. I don't know, like, go out into the world and like make yourself somebody who's worth being friends with. And then maybe you'll find someone who is worth being friends with too. And then maybe you guys will want to get married. Like, that's great. But you have to work on yourself first. Yeah, foster an economy where people want to start families. Like, the problem isn't that, like, people are having sex or people have non-standard gender identities. The problem is, like, the commodification of loneliness. The problem is, like, the monopolization of our free time. The problem is the elimination of third spaces where we can go and interact with each other. The problem is, like, the systems we live in and the absolute hyperfixation we have on profit over all other things, up to and including, like, a focus on just being good people. But no, obviously it's because people are having sex, and that never happened before. You know, in like 100 years ago, people never had sex, famously. Either way, here's the good news. The more we say the truth out loud, the easier it is for the rest of us to say it too. Amidst the controversy, Dave Chappelle has embraced the moment, and he'll probably emerge stronger because he's refusing to back down or apologize. He even received a standing ovation at the Hollywood Bowl in Los Angeles, of all places, stating he was going to cancel culture. Conservatives, independent thinkers, and normal Americans need to realize that we're being tyrannized in our speech, our institutions, our entertainment, and our education by a tiny minority of deranged, highly motivated radicals who want to destroy the structure and order of society. They want anarchy in the bedroom as much, if not more, than they want it in the halls of government. And to that, I want to pause one more time and say, what I do in my bedroom is my own goddamn business. What anyone else does in their bedrooms is their goddamn business. Not anyone, it's certainly not Charlie Kirk's. Certainly not any elected official. It's your own goddamn business. Like, I'm sorry, but Charlie Kirk was the kind of fucking weirdo who would, like, sit down and write an op-ed and make other people's sex lives his business. That's fucked up. That's a weird thing to do. And in my mind, deeply gross. They want to burn it all down because of the patriarchy, systemic racism, or whatever grievance they are pushing today. It doesn't really matter why. We are more powerful than they are. Our side has more people and better arguments. Then the idiot elitists on Twitter. These are holograms of anger projected by a group of people who would be much better off with more professional help and far fewer followers. So yeah, I was trending on Twitter. I couldn't care less. I'll borrow another line this time from Dave Chappelle. As he said in front of his enthusiastic audience in Los Angeles, "Fuck Twitter, this is real life." And that is Charlie Kirk's op-ed on sexual anarchy. And also keep in mind that one of the reasons he dislikes the concept of sexual anarchy is because he believes that there is a hierarchy. He read it out earlier. That men are supposed to be above women in the sexual hierarchy. And that sexual hierarchy extends from the bedroom into the wider world. And he believed that. And I think as we play more of these clips, you're going to understand that. So let's continue. This clip is from August 25th, 2025.
He is right. We are educating for our own demise. And basically, and look, it's a balance. So you have some of our allies, like, do we want Japanese kids to come to America to study? Probably. Koreans? Probably. But do we want the Persians and the Iranians and the Chinese to be able to come to our universities? And that's an open question. And it's even worse than that. This is why the birthright citizenship debate is a national security question. There's a great friend of mine, his name, I'll just call him Tom. He's a pilot. And I got to finish the story, then we'll welcome back Coach Tuberville. And this will connect with Coach Tuberville was saying. He's a pilot, and for 10 years, he would fly from San Francisco to Beijing, spend a night, and then fly from Beijing to San Francisco. When he would fly from Beijing to San Francisco, he would board the plane, and he would ask the lead flight attendant, how many? And she'd say, about 4 or 5. Without even saying it, they knew what he was saying. How many what? Pregnant Chinese women. How many pregnant Chinese women? They even knew. They just knew. How many? It's just every flight there would be boom, 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 right in first class. So that pregnant Chinese woman, and this has been happening for 10 years because we're a bunch of suckers, hundreds of thousands of Chinese kids then get born in San Francisco hospitals. They get the birth certificate, and then they go back and they fly back and they get raised in China. It's a huge industry. Right now, there are 500,000 to 1 million, we don't know, Chinese kids that are being totally raised in Chinese culture that have a U.S. birth certificate in a safety deposit box somewhere. Coach Tuberville continues this. Coach Tuberville, make the argument then about the Chinese Communist Party, this little graduation you went to, and why are we as a nation putting up with this?
Well, because we got our eyes closed. We're afraid we'll upset somebody. The Democrats, this is their agenda. They could care nothing about our country. It worries me because they have no agenda. Only thing they're doing is they're playing Pied Piper and going around in a circle, and they're following each other because the only thing that they understand and believe in is power and control. You've got some good Democrats, but they're just following along. They need to fight back. They need to fight back against their cohorts, but they're not going to do it. They're the ones that I really hold accountable. You've got crazies out there, and then you got moderate Democrats that could be fighting back against all this nonsense, but they're not doing it. So, you brought up about the citizenship situation. I've got a buddy that's been for 15 years a doctor down in Laredo, Texas, and every week they have from across the border, from people from all over the world, come sit at a Walmart in Laredo that are pregnant. They go, and once they become into labor, they go into the hospital and they, push these, give these babies citizenship to the United States for America. It's wrong. President, I'm hoping that the Supreme Court steps up here in the near future.
Yeah, I'm not too optimistic. I mean, I think a law can be passed where you can say that, hey, you're not allowed to enter as a foreign citizen if you're 7 months or 8 months pregnant, but that's just part of it. But it's just the most egregious example. Again, it is a cottage industry sponsored by the Chinese Communist Party government for pregnant Chinese women to board airplanes, to then come to San Francisco, come to LA, they get a birth certificate, they go back to China, only then one day. And by the way, as a full U.S. citizen, that Chinese kid can become an FBI agent, they become a CIA agent, They could run for Congress. They could become president. They could become a senator. They are a full citizen of the United States, even though they've never lived here. And we don't treat our citizenship as valuable. We just give the citizenship to this Chinese person, even though they boarded the plane pregnant. That is what birthright citizenship has happened. That is paperwork Americans. And that's a great example. Is that kid right now being raised in China, even though he has a United States passport and birth certificate? Is he an American? Of course not. He's being raised in China. He doesn't speak English. He speaks, well, he might speak English because I'll teach it to him. He speaks Mandarin. And that guy's not an American. But according to the left, that guy's an American, even though he's being raised in Wuhan or Beijing.
Not according to the left. According to the goddamn Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States of America on birthright citizenship is not at all vague. The 14th Amendment is not vague. So, just to be clear, what he's just alleging kind of off the cuff is that the government of China has a program to infiltrate the United States and our government by getting children born on U.S. soil, bringing them back to China, and then sending them back here as, like, sleeper agents so that they can join the FBI, or so that they can run and become a senator of the United States. Like, this is wackadoo nonsense. So, this is just nonsense. This is not real. This is all just fear-mongering because they want to do bigger and wider purges. They want to expel more people from the United States. And Charlie knew that. That was his mission. That's why he said things like this. Just drumming up fear against Chinese people, Persian people, Iranians. Like, that was his job. Be afraid. Let's take a look at, speaking of be afraid, here's a tweet he put out on September 9th. Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. Free expression of ideas, freedom of religion. These mean nothing to folks like Charlie. He's someone who believed that people don't have a right to their religious beliefs. This is why folks like Nick Fuentes were celebrating that he was a white supremacist. Well, let's take a look at another clip here. This is from November 16th of 2023. Let's take a look.
Hello, everybody. Radio stations across the country. Honored to be with you. You can email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Excellent event last evening in Reno, Nevada. It's great to see so many of you. I cannot emphasize enough the win for liberty, the win for humanity, that the liberation of Twitter has meant for all of us. It's remarkable. Liberating Twitter from what it once was to what it is now is a win for the narrative. It's a win for truth. It's a win as we try to fight back against this uniparty regime, the tyrants, and the authoritarian dictators that are running the country. Elon Musk, even if they shut down Twitter today, will go down as a major hero for allowing us to be able to speak, to question narratives, to get the truth out. Elon Musk got himself in a little bit of trouble yesterday. Elon Musk responded to a tweet that I actually don't think the tweet is that smart. I think one part of it is legit, but I think another part of it is not so great. But the essence of what Elon was responding to is a major thought crime in America. That the world's wealthiest man would comment on this is historic. So here's the tweet, and it's responding to a video, and the video was basically a white father with his white son saying to his son, hey, you think that, you know, you're posting online all this anti-Semitic stuff, why don't you go and say this to these Jewish families' face? Pretty powerful advertisement. This is the ad, okay? It's about a minute long. It's a powerful ad. And then a person on Twitter responded to this advertisement, and then Elon responded to the person responding to the advertisement. It's important. Bear with us, because right now Elon Musk is being targeted like never before. Elon Musk was supposed to speak at a summit today, and he has been canceled. They don't want to hear from Elon Musk because they are tarring and feathering him as an anti-Semite. They've come after this program for calling us anti-Semites. They're coming after Elon Musk for they're calling him an anti-Semite. So here's the advertisement. It's a powerful ad. Play cut 79.
I saw what you've been posting. Hitler was right. I didn't teach you that. You hide behind your screen, spewing all this hatred and ugliness. You got something you want to say? Get out of the truck and say it to their faces.
Okay, so that advertisement then was responded to by this person, the artist formerly known as Eric. Quote, okay, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I am deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest swear word, let's just say tiniest crap, now about Western Jewish populations, coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want truth said to your face? There it is. Now, let me just say, this is not a very well-written tweet. It's very confusing. I'll go through what they're basically saying here. Half of this tweet is true, half of it I don't like. You want the truth said to your face? There it is. Elon responds, and he says, you have said the actual truth. Now, we don't know what part Elon is saying is the actual truth, so let's go through this. Again, it's double negatives and misuse of the word disinterested. It's a strange tweet that Elon pinpointed on here. But the first part is absolutely true. Let's go to this. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true, the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Kopperman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful. The part of so that's totally true. And by the way, Tucker Carlson reinforces this. So I'm going to it was quite a day on the internet. Tucker Carlson was interviewing Candace Owens. We have Candace Owens coming up next hour. And Tucker Carlson mentions that Jewish Americans have primarily been financing cultural Marxist ideas. We said this, by the way, last week, and people came after us. We actually said it in a different way. We said, I'm glad that Jewish Americans are reconsidering their financing of cultural Marxism. And people misunderstood it intentionally and slandered us as being anti-Semites. But listen to this. Tucker Carlson is completely correct by saying this, that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. Play cut 92.
However, then I thought, well, wait a second. If the biggest donors at, say, Harvard have decided, well, we're going to shut it down now, where were you the last 10 years when they were calling for white genocide? You were allowing this. And then I found myself really hating those people, actually. That you're okay with that? On what grounds were you okay with that?
And this is what I've been trying to explain to the pro-Israel lobby, that what you are seeing as lack of support is people that are asking the question is, where were you as we have endured all of this?
You were paying for it, actually.
Right.
You were paying for it.
You were paying for it.
You were calling my children immoral for their skin color. You paid for that.
Yeah, and
so why shouldn't I be mad at you? I don't understand.
So what Tucker is saying is similar to part of the tweet that Elon isolated. That is true. That, let's just say liberals, but that includes Jewish financiers of liberal causes, didn't really care about University of Chicago having courses that saying, you know, the problem with whiteness. They didn't really care about American Express saying that we must eliminate whiteness. They didn't, in fact, they were supportive of it. A lot of liberals were okay with critical race theory, diversity, equity, inclusion. ADL went all in on the BLM type narrative, and ADL is one of many different organizations that were perfectly fine with the growing anti-white wave. Now, to be clear, many of these Jews did not fully understand what they were financing. Their intentions were probably pretty good. As we've said, intentions mean next to nothing here. And I'm sure some of the intentions weren't so good, but let's just, intentions aside, I'm not that interested in intentions. I'm interested in actions, okay? Intentions are very hard to pinpoint. We get too caught up in the conservative movement on intentions. I learned this from the great Dennis Prager, who says, stop focusing on intentions, focus on the actions. It's a much better way to judge whether or not something is right or wrong. Intentions, as I've said before, and there's a video that went viral, the Nazis thought they were doing good. They convinced themselves that they were doing good, when in reality they were doing some of the greatest evil in the history of the species. So, again, Hamas thinks they're doing good. I could go through all this, but they're doing evil. So I'm not convinced that somebody's intentions are what matter. Many Jewish financiers culturally given money to George Washington University, Columbia, Yale, Dartmouth, over and over and over again, hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, financing many nonprofits, that many of them are now recognizing and realizing this was a bad idea. So I'm going to build this out because the second part of the tweet I don't like, and it ties into some news that is not so good for AOC. It's not good for Ayanna Pressley. I'm going to isolate that in just a second. But let me just say before I talk about My Patriot Supply, it is sloppy, it is shallow, it is wrong and repulsive to call a great man, Elon Musk, an anti-Semite. It cheapens the label of anti-Semitism. It is not good for anybody.
Now, this was recorded November 16th of 2023. So it would take a solid year and a half for Elon Musk to take a stage and do 2 Nazi salutes in a row. But who could have seen that coming? Surely not the entire world who watched that man boost Nazi accounts on Twitter for a year and a half. And again, Charlie here is basically just saying, well, Jews did, in fact, fund anti-white bigotry en masse, and they didn't intend to do that, but intentions mean nothing. So they were all, they were all part of the anti-white hate movement. That is the main thrust of what he's talking about there. That's what he's talking about. He's saying that American Jews en masse are supporting anti-white bigotry. Because he's a white supremacist and a Nazi. Or was a white supremacist and, in my estimation, a neo-Nazi, if I need to be a little bit more specific. But, you know, let's take a look at something else that Charlie Kirk, well, he really agreed with. right? He reposted this on September 8th. Charlie Kirk is sounding the alarm on what's really behind the fertility collapse in the West. Because it's always, with these people, it's always about, like, fertility and sex, and, like, they're obsessed. They're obsessed. Oh, Kay Lala, there's a lot more that we have left to go through that is even more explicitly Great Replacement oriented. This isn't just about birth rates. It's about two clashing worldviews shaping the future of civilization. According to Charlie Kirk, the divide actually comes down to the 2024 election. Trump voters versus Kamala Harris voters. One path leads to families, children, and thriving communities. The other leads to isolation, shrinking populations, and dependence on mass immigration to fill the gap. Trump voters, young man, they want family, children, and legacy. Young women who voted for Kamala Harris, they want careerism, consumerism, and loneliness. Again, you have this, what we talked about earlier. You have this implicit belief in a sexual hierarchy where, you know, young men want the good thing and women only want the bad thing because women aren't capable of thinking for themselves. And if you think that I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, I am, because he's going to talk a lot about women as we go on. The next clip we have here is from August 22nd of 2025.
All 55 million visa holders should have to take an English test. Very simple. Take a second or third grade English test. Do you know what's a little disappointing is how often I meet people in this country that don't speak any English? And I really try to have some Christ-like compassion. I do, but then I ask the interpreter, how long they've been here? Oh, they've been here for 30 years, and they don't speak any English? Yeah, I'm sorry, that's an immediate symbol you have not assimilated the United States of America. And I know so many Cubans and Venezuelans and Colombians and Nicaraguans and Poles and Hungarians and Japanese and Vietnamese that did learn English, actually. They came here and they learned the language out of an immediate sign of respect. And it's not even good for them not to learn English. It holds you back if you're here. It actually holds the entire nation back, and it creates this balkanization. A common language is the glue that holds a country together. Without it, you have no unity. You just have tribes. We're already fractured enough as a country. Adding dozens of competing languages only deepens division. People always say, well, we're a successful multicultural experiment. For now, multiculturalism is a very, very difficult project. In fact, we should have uniculturalism. One culture, Americanism. We have one culture that you assimilate towards. One. We should not put up with all these different pockets of culture. You assimilate towards the American culture. Of course, you can have history and traditions. And I mean, we play Scottish bagpipes, for goodness sake. The point, though, is that you are Americans. You're not, we need to get rid of this hyphenated American. Well, I'm a Vietnamese American, and I'm an Indian American, and I'm a Nepalese American, and I'm a... No. You're an American. And the most important component of that is learning English.
So, I'm just gonna stop right there. Like, this is a man who talked a lot about having Christ-like compassion, but the limit of his Christ-like compassion is when he hears somebody not speak English. And I need to remind everyone, the United States does not have an official language. There are parts of this country where people speak not English, and that's okay. That's fine. And like, maybe it would behoove them to learn English if that helps them to like move about in their communities, but they might not need to, and that's okay if they don't need to. And I want to throw out there that, well, seems pretty weird to invoke Christ-like and this idea that you just can't stand immigrants. That's bizarre. But also, what he's doing here, let me back this up.
You have one culture that you assimilate towards.
Yeah, when he attacks multiculturalism and says we should have uniculturalism, understand what is multiculturalism. Well, in essence, it's the idea that people of different cultural backgrounds can live next to and around each other. You know, it's when people talk about the idea of America as this melting pot of different, like, cultures and, like, systems of thought and ideas, that's multiculturalism. America, the melting pot, that is multiculturalism. And Charlie here is spitting on that and saying, no, actually, we need a uniculture. Well, if you think about that for a minute, what does that entail? Well, it entails some sort of enforcement mechanism, some kind of policing of the culture. And you start getting kind of close to, well, outlawing different cultural practices. You know, and Charlie's like, well, it's fine if they're my cultural practices, but, you know, if they're insert a bunch of non-white ethnic backgrounds, then they're not acceptable. I think you can kind of see the thrust of his ideas here. How does English slip from our national language? We never had a national language. Other countries have national languages, we don't. But let's continue on. Here is, again, Charlie Kirk reposting. Joe Rogan podcast news. Charlie Kirk, the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have low crime neighborhood, not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, while also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. And, like, I'm sorry. So the first half that was pretty good. Like, you want to be able to get married, okay. Buy a home, okay. Have kids, okay. Allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, okay. Good goal. Send them to a good school, okay. Have a low crime neighborhood, okay. And then not to have my kid be taught lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, while also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. And I do have to ask, where are children hearing in America? Where are children hearing the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day? Like, I've been in schools with, like, Muslim students. There aren't Muslim calls to prayer 5 times a day. So, like, what is he talking about? Like, this is just, again, this be afraid mentality. Be afraid! The Muslims are coming to invade the Midwest of America. They're gonna build the minarets, and you'll have to hear calls to prayer 5 times a day. Unlike all of those church bells that ring every hour, on the hour, in a lot of different churches in America. No! Be afraid of the 5 times it happens as opposed to the 12 times it happens. What you're really afraid of here is non-white people. Of people different than you. This is what Charlie Kirk stood for. Oh no, heaven forbid that your child learn about LGBTQ people. Heaven forbid you have to do some parenting. Like, this is difficult for me to articulate, right? But like, if you don't want your kid to learn about LGBTQ people, like, you're gonna have to like put them in a bunker for the rest of their lives, because LGBTQ people are everywhere. Like, you can't, like, they're gonna find out that gay people exist at some point, and either you have to step up as like a parent and just like educate them the way you want them to be educated, or you have to accept the fact that they're going to go to a public school and they're going to learn about LGBTQ people. And they're either going to learn about LGBTQ people through like a curriculum that teaches them accurate information, or they're going to learn about it through their informal friend networks. And like, you have to choose which one you would prefer them to learn about LGBTQ people through. You know? And I can tell you, having been a child, if you don't get like a I don't know, LGBTQ curriculum, or like a sex ed curriculum, like, kids are gonna walk around and talk about how like women give birth through their butts. Like, they're gonna talk about like, they're not gonna understand how to be safe. They're not gonna understand how human anatomy works. So just teach them accurate, correct information. And if you think, being LGBTQ is evil, then you teach them that. You take up that burden. You teach them that. But the public school is not the vehicle for that type of teaching. It should not be the vehicle for bigoted learning. But let's continue on.
And we're still formulating it. It's okay that I don't and you don't, are not able to word it as crisply as we'd like, because now this has been forced. By the way, some people say, well, American is just a race. That's not true at all, actually. Like, Thomas Sowell's a great American. I would say Clarence Thomas is an American. So that's not correct. So you got to figure it out. Everyone says, well, we just need immigrants to come legally. We just need immigrants to come legally. That's not true. Omar Fatah came here legally. Ilhan Omar came here legally. Rashida Tlaib, her parents came here legally. Zohran Mamdani came here legally.
Just a point of correction. Omar Fatah is an American. He was born on American soil. He's just bigoted against black and brown people.
Here's another piece of tape. Now, this, you might think, I want you to guess, actually. I'm going to play this piece of tape. Where is this? Is it Mogadishu? Is it Brussels? Is it Berlin? Is it Minneapolis? Let's play Guess the State. Guess the State here live on the Charlie Kirk Show. And I'm not allowed to say that this guy's not an American. I'm sorry, he's not an American. Play cut 393. That is in. Anybody? OHIO. How's that, Danny? Your state's doing great. That is an Ohio victory party for Islami Muhammad. Now, when we think of what it means to be an American, is someone by the name of Islami Muhammad? Yeah, I don't think so. Producer Andrew's take is this, and I think he gets it mostly right, but I'm not quite there yet. I think the idea of the thumos, like going all in, the spirit, investing into the nation, meaning that you have committed your innermost being into the nation. I think there's something there that from classical work I talked about with this Dr. Orr. This is Andrew's paragraph. An American is first and foremost someone born in America who speaks English, who is raised here, who is steeped in Anglo traditions of common law, blind justice, equal rights, and believes in, or at least has reverence for, Christian traditions that have undergirded our law and customs. An American is also someone who we allow to move here.
Man, it's so convenient that an American is only a real American if they're Christian. That's very convenient for Charlie Kirk's narrative.
Who works without criminality nor harbors animosity for this country, and who, after time of painstaking pursuit, gains the incredible rights, freedoms, privileges of our citizenship. The former should be given extreme deference, and the latter should be given away with supreme caution and sparingly far less than is currently allowed. I think that's pretty good, Andrew. But there's still something about the allegiance that you need to have the signal markers. You need to have the proof that you are all in. None of this like multiple passport stuff. None of this dual citizenship stuff. By the way, how many members of Congress are dual citizens? That's a good question. That's an important question. And step one is speaking English. If you don't understand the language, you cannot understand our values. Step one, make English the official language of the United States. President Trump deserves credit for this. The defining issue of the year of our Lord 2025, going into 2026, 2027, on the American right is one that we are totally unprepared for, which is what is in American. And most people look at me and they say, well, an American is just someone that has a U.S. passport. Zohar Mamdani has a U.S. passport. Omar Fatah has a U.S. passport. Ilhan Omar is a member of Congress. Do you consider that to be a fellow American? If America is just a passport, then America is dead. We are nothing more than a colony, nothing more than just paperwork. It's reverence for the Constitution. It's all in for not just the ideas, but the story. You need to come with humility that you are part of this project. If America is just a passport, then we are just the colony for Earth, a pile of wealth to loot. And that's how Somalis treat it. In the era of mass transportation and cheap airfare, this was inevitable, that mass migration would become the story of the 21st century, including the feeding our future scam and all this stuff. And I don't say this with any hate for the individuals. I'm just asking the very simple question. If you're not an American, that's fine. Go back to your place of origin. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to harm you. I'm not going to imprison you. Just go back. Hasta la vista. But we have a culture to protect. We have a country to love. No man can serve two masters. Christ our Lord said that. We have a heritage to preserve. And people say, oh, Charlie, you're just talking about white supremacy. Now, I literally have just carved out not carved out, but I've mentioned, Clarence Thomas, Thomas Sowell. I mean, I could go on and on. Our entire Brexit team, they're 100% amazing Americans. So you have to be willing to have this conversation while they call you all these nasty words. And my Cuban American friends are amazing. Marco Rubio's an American. I could run the gambit. Are you kidding me? One after the other. But the question is, it's more than that.
Yes. See, how could it possibly be white supremacist if we just want to organize a system by which we systematically eradicate different ethnic groups that we don't like in this country? And you see, surely this system won't be weaponized against the good ones. It will only be used against the bad ones. Never against the good ones.
It's kind of one of those things, like, an American when you see one, and it's not skin color. It's something that is, again, in classical writing, in classical Greek literature, they have this idea of the thumos. And I've really been thinking about this since my time with Dr. Orr. It's the spirit. It's the spirited element linked with pride, honor, righteous anger, courage. For Plato, it's what made people defend justice or seek honor.
Wait a minute, pride? But Charlie, but Charlie, wait a minute, this isn't adding up. Are you telling me you might be ideologically inconsistent? Wait a minute, was that just a cheap dig at gay people, Charlie? It's all starting to add up.
Sitting between rational thought and bodily desires. By the way, Lamar Jackson is an American. He loves Jesus. So this is not a racial thing. Aristotle simply used thumos to mean passion. So the best way I could think about it in classical terms, again, this is going to be worthy of introspection, prayer, reflection, discussion, dialogue, is once we can contemplate the thumos must be completely and only American. There's something there worth exploration, worth dialogue. Even Francis Fukuyama used thumos in The End of History, The Last of Man. Here's what I could tell you, though, what is not an American. dual loyalty, dual passport, speaking Somali. Let's play this again. Do you really think this is an America? And again, I'm not trying to insult. I don't know if she's a good person or a bad person, but this is not America. Play cut 358.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that's really American. Like, what is American is being able to, like, walk down the street and see all kinds of different people from all kinds of different walks in life and being able to share peace and harmony together while pursuing happiness in our various ways, you know? Whither we will. Yeah. To be American is to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. And, like, people who don't speak English also deserve to do that here. To deny them that, Charlie, is actually one of the most anti-American activities one can do. But that doesn't matter when one is a white supremacist, like Charlie was.
Virginia qububa lagu dhalay laakiin se waan adopt gareynay siidarna wax badan ma joogine.
This is not a racial thing. People are going to try to categorize this entire conversation to be an ethno-nationalist racial thing. Wrong.
No, it's 100% that. Like, the fact that you have to, like, constantly preempt it kind of indicates that that's exactly what it is.
Something else.
Yeah, that was Omar Fateh. Yeah.
And again, I will repeat, if being an American is only a passport, if being an American is only paperwork, then we're cooked. Teddy Roosevelt said, quote, "In the first place, we should insist that if an immigrant who comes here in good faith becomes an American and assimilates himself to us, he shall be treated on exact equality of everyone else. For it is an outrage to discriminate against any such man because of creed or birthplace or origin. But this is predicated upon the person becoming in every facet an American and nothing but an American." Amen, TR. There can be no divided allegiance, no dual loyalty. Any man who says he's an American but something else also isn't an American at all. We have room but for one flag, the American flag. We have room for but one language, and that is the English language. We have room but for one sole loyalty, and that loyalty is the United States of America. I think it's pretty solid. Teddy Roosevelt. No dual passports, no dual loyalty, no dual citizenship. I don't care what the country is. Your thumos must be all in. You must be dedicated to the United States of America. And if we're nothing more than paperwork, then we are just organizing organizing deck chairs on the Titanic. I love this country, and I hate to see what mass migration is doing to it. It's not a racial thing. I think it's a thumos thing.
Oh, well, if you call it something else, then I guess it's definitely not a racial thing if it's a Fumos thing. Couldn't possibly be anything else. Thanks for that. But of course, we're not done. Not by a long shot. President Trump is going out on patrol tonight in D.C. Shock and awe. Force. We're taking our country back from these cockroaches. Just the start. Huh. Wonder what he meant by calling people cockroaches. I wonder. I wonder if only there was like some kind of historical parallel where people were dehumanized by calling them cockroaches, and we might be able to make some conclusions based on what he believed. Oh, maybe he just really likes insects. It's true. Maybe he just really liked them. But also, Charlie didn't believe in science. He didn't believe in science. And let's just have a really nice example of that. This is a clip from August 19th of this year.
Yeah, and so and you've taken on the entire kind of climate science world. Energy Department attacks client Simonson contentious report. By the way, you're in safe company here. We think this is all politicized. This is driven towards a environmentalist agenda that is trying to weaken American energy dominance. The agency asked 5 client skeptics to write a report criticizing the consensus on global warming. First of all, science does not have consensus. This is a very important thing, right?
Right.
Science says nothing. Scientists say things, okay? Science never talks. Science is silent. This is a good thing that can apply to everything. Scientists say things. And scientists, like we learned during COVID, we learned during the lockdowns, learned during the vaccines, can say a lot of different things with the data. Now, again, global warming does not have consensus like the second law of thermodynamics. Global warming does not have consensus like a object at rest will stay at rest. Your reaction, Mr. Secretary, and how you think about this, because again, well, let me read this New York Times article. The consensus on global warming. What an outrageous claim. Your thoughts, sir?
When people are talking about the scientific consensus, they're talking about the scientific consensus among the scientists in that field. Yes, science is a reference to the scientific method, but the scientists are the ones applying the scientific method, Charlie. The scientists in a given field who have applied that scientific method all get together, they talk to themselves, and come to a conclusion. And when we talk about the scientific consensus, we mean the majority of scientists in this field agree that that's probably how it works. But as always in the realm of academics, they are willing to have their minds changed by compelling evidence. That's how science works.
Yeah, I always give the contrast between the science, which is what the left likes, which is the opposite of science. Science is a process of challenge and engagement. And
oh yeah, by the way, just to point this out, this is in fact the Secretary of Energy for the entire United States.
Debate and wrestling with data, and if the data doesn't agree with your model is wrong. Where the science is this top-down authority-driven thing used with COVID, to me, was the climate movement, and fast forward, the science told you what to do. But as you said, Charlie, look at those critics. They critique the authors, 5 skeptics. Well, skeptical of what? They presented, these are 5 highly distinguished scientists. One of them was Undersecretary for Science in the Obama administration, provost at Caltech, PhD from MIT. All of those scientists were accomplished scientists that are also tired of this censorship of the science, censoring real science and real process of engagement. But even on my CNN interview a couple weeks ago, I went on to talk about the climate report. There are 0 questions about climate change. 0. They want to impugn the writers or impugn the way we reference people. They want to find little things. What we want to talk about is the data. Let's talk about climate.
What are Chris Wright's scientific qualifications? He owns an energy company, so that makes him qualified to know about science.
Science. Like, it's a real phenomenon. It's a slow-moving phenomenon, not even remotely close to the world's biggest problem, but it's used by the left to justify big government and top-down control of everything. Let's be honest. Let's engage in real science, as you said. That's what we're about. And I'm excited to have that debate over 4 years. We're gonna end a lot of children's nightmares. We're gonna end a lot of people trying to be pushed around and bullied by people that don't know what they're talking about. Like, I've spent 20 years studying climate science and physical data, and the people who were passionate about it never want to debate me because they don't know anything about it. But we're gonna have that debate, whether they want it or not.
Science is a process. It doesn't tell you anything. People tell you.
Yeah, look, nobody wanted to debate me, clearly because my mind is too big and powerful, not because I'm a crackpot who was trained wrong on purpose.
Science is a method. It's a methodology. And good science, which again is a verb, they act as if, well, science, puts something out. No, you do science. You go in exploration of truth, and then once you have a conclusion, you have to measure it, you have to analyze it, you have to inquire it, you have to cross-reference.
No, that's not how science works. I'm sorry, I've been trying to let these play with minimal amounts of interjection, but that is not how the scientific method works, actually. You don't start with a conclusion. You don't start with the conclusion and work backwards. That's actually the last part of it. That's why it's called the conclusion, Charlie. Ah!
And by the way, we're bringing back that methodology to our government, RFK at HHS, and you at the Department of Energy.
Whew. All right. Okay. Let's continue on. Here's another thing he wrote earlier this year. Importing millions of Muslims is civilizational suicide. Europe must stop or die. Again, just naked bigotry. Just naked bigotry. I don't know if you guys have ever, like, gone out and, like, met some, like, Muslim people. A lot of them are lovely. A lot of them are really intelligent. A lot of them have wonderful things to contribute and to your life and enrich your day-to-day existence. And, like, the idea here that, oh, well, if you bring in millions of people, all of them are going to be evil because of their religious beliefs. Like, that's bizarre. It's just blatantly untrue. And the only basis for it is bigotry. That's it. This is from August 4th of this year.
First of all, young men don't like to take orders from women. They definitely don't want to take orders from women like that. They're like supremely unattractive to men. At the core of the Democrat Party is a coalition of resentment, envy, and hate. None of this is racist. In fact, this actually expands representation of Hispanics. The entire project is actually about expanding voices to Hispanics that are now voting for Republican. Oh, and by the way, just so we're clear, Jasmine Crockett's district, you're getting eliminated. Sorry, you're going to have to go be an influencer. Jasmine Crockett, what skill set does she have? I think we all know. Let's play another one. This is her yelling that the maps are racist. Okay. No. Anglo racism. 271.
I don't think that it's an accident that Donald Trump picked up the phone, called down to Texas, told Abbott what he was going to do, and like a small, ridiculous child, he just fell in order. I don't think any of that was an accident. This is racist, what they are doing.
Give your life to Jesus, because I'm convinced in the seventh circle of hell that is just played on a repeat. It's just on total repeat.
Just a black woman talking loudly to project her voice through a large room of people. That's I mean, it's telling that that's hell for Charlie Kirk.
The shrill, the yelling, the screaming, the yammering, the caterwauling. The great replacement of white people is far more sinister than any redistricting project. That is at the core of the Democrat project, at the core. And Jasmine Crockett is just some circus act in that entire operation. But it's deathly serious. You shouldn't take what she says seriously. It's just a joke. What she represents is very serious, which is the continued attempt to eliminate the white population in this country. Mark Wayne Mullen joins us next.
Sorry, what? This is this is the man who, like, the entire liberal establishment is mourning. This is the man who is being held up as like this paragon of inspirational speech and you know, just good old fashioned evangelical like youth minister vibes. He's going around talking about how Jasmine Crockett is killing the white race. Like, this man was a virulent bigot. This is from August 18th, 2023, so a while back. But let's take a look.
Well, there's a lot of evidence that men are more extreme. They're more likely to be deeply obsessed with something, and chess is a game that rewards obsession. They're more competitive, too. Men have more power to focus incredibly intensely on something. And here's a fun fact. In a chess tournament, competitors think so hard they can burn as many calories as an athlete playing a sport. It's been proven time and time again. The evidence is clear. Men have a competitive advantage in chess. There are women-only tournaments because if there weren't, women would almost never win major tournaments.
Just to pause there, to be clear, what he's saying is that women are incapable of thinking as hard as men. In case that wasn't clear to you.
Not because anybody is stronger, anybody is bigger. If you ever see a chess champion, you know, a gust of wind will blow them over sometimes. They're like 5'3" and 112 pounds. It doesn't matter. If you have a male brain versus a female brain in chess, you have a competitive advantage. The data is clear. It's not a patriarchy. It's not some systemic sexism. Men spend hours and hours and hours memorizing hundreds of openings and moves and counter moves. The first 5-6 moves of chess unfold like a book, and top players have them all memorized. Chess is very similar, by the way, to why women do not get into coding. Some do, but most do not.
Again, I've been trying not to interrupt these clips, but just want to remind you all that women were the original coders on computers, because originally computers were women. And what I mean by that is that before they had mechanical computers, they had computer as a job. And that job was viewed as very feminine and unimportant compared to the scientists who would use the computers, the women who were doing the arithmetic, in order to do their calculations, right? And so when the invention of the computer happened, it was viewed as the more masculine thing to work on the hardware of computers, and it was viewed as the feminine activity to develop the software for the computers, right? And so what ended up happening was that making the software was a very female-dominated space in, like, the sciences and in as it became more mainstream. And what ended up happening is that men entered the software coding areas of industry, and they formed social clubs that excluded women. And within their social clubs, that became one of the only ways to actually advance. And over time, that led to men dominating coding. And that then further solidified with advertising in the 80s that directed things like video games and like computers and such that were designed for a consumer base. That then got sold to the American public as like a boy thing, and so you have this discrepancy. But that discrepancy is not naturally made. It was artificial from market forces, from various social dynamics that were in play at the various times throughout history. So just throwing that out there. Charlie Kirk liked to make essentialist comments about why men do things and why women do things that were completely and utterly devoid of fact.
Why women don't get into science, technology, engineering, and math. Because in some ways, chess is an algorithm. This is why it's so hard to beat the best computers in chess. Because eventually you can game out the first 5 moves, then the first 10 moves on top of it. It becomes kind of a building formula. And it's such intense brain power. If you ever watch the top chess masters, how fast they move. The margin for error is nothing. Now, I'm going to say something that you should, I'm going to say it. I'm just saying that I'm going to connect all these dots together. Women are notorious for still remembering the details of arguments that they had from years ago. Can we get that Dennis Prager clip, Ryan, that's going viral on YouTube, please? It's perfect. And Dennis, to his credit, has been doing male and female hour for years, and now it just kind of one of the most popular things you could do. You can see this difference, by the way, in how trans people, male to female, have a sex fetish. Their idea of women is really sexualized, reflecting how men think, while female to male trans people are fleeing from sexuality in many cases. By the way, women tend to be more sensitive, compassionate.
My favorite male-female difference, I always tell wives, when you ask your husband, what are you thinking? And he says, nothing really. He is not lying to you.
Because it takes remarkable patience, compassion, emotion. It's a motherly type role. And that's why 80 to 90% of all kindergarten, first and second grade teachers are women, and it should be that way. That's a beautiful thing. Let's know our differences. Chess is like...
Can we just marvel at what has happened in this clip? He's been talking about coding, chess, trans people for literally no reason, being like a sex fetish, and then oh dude, but men aren't thinking about anything in a marriage, and then inexplicably jumps to child care. Like, my God.
War. It's very similar. This is why I've said that women should not be in frontline combat roles in the military, and the media hates it when I say that, but it's true. It's not to say that women don't have a role to play in trying to win the war or win a war, but this is so much of a deeper red pill than any normal sport can be. Modern liberalism orders us to deny reality and pretend that women are just like men. Or even weirder, it asks us to pretend that they are defective men, and they are not. They are different from men. Our differences are beautiful. We should celebrate them. We should not send women into the front lines of a conflict, nor should we send men into the front lines of educating our preschoolers. Let's understand our differences, and the denial of them creates moral chaos, panic.
I love that the foundation of this is just that Charlie Kirk doesn't think like men are capable of being good fathers to young children. Like that's the summary of his point here with childcare. Right? Like, he's just saying, well, obviously women are just biologically better at dealing with small children. Men couldn't possibly. Like, if a man tried to hold the baby, they'd just be like, whoop. Like, it's just... Imagine thinking so little of men. It's crazy. But of course, we're not done.
and subscribe to our podcast. I want to dive a little deeper into this.
Oh, when was this from? This was from July 31st of this year.
Because again, all this news that we are seeing, I'm interested in trends right now. Where are things trending? And the trends are holding. This was not just a Trump phenomenon. And, a lot of Democrats, they're trying to show like, well, I can lift weights and, me bench pressing, that's going to win over younger men. I do think that there is a direct correlation between someone's testosterone and their politics. I would love to have a study done on this. On young men, the lower their testosterone, the more likely they are to be Democratic. Of course, it's probably not a one-on-one. It's not a one-to-one. Oh, Shane says it's scientific. Great. I bet that the lower your testosterone is, the more likely you are to be controlled. To be, yes, I'll take the 9th booster shot. Please boost me harder, daddy government. Yes, Pfizer, I'll do whatever you want. Where the higher testosterone rate, you're like, no, I'm not actually going to, I'm going to think for myself. I might not agree with you all the time. The lower testosterone, the more compliant you are. And there's a lot of reasons why testosterone rates are going down. Microplastics is probably the biggest. Our diet is crummy. And so the more that we are seeing the Democrats pander, they're actually fighting biology. Democrats are not going to be able to win over high testosterone men because they're too self-directed. Here's the study. Testosterone eliminates strategic pro-social behavior through impacting choice consistency in healthy males. Said.
Can we just take a moment to acknowledge that what he's saying is that women are way easier to control than men? Because men have high testosterone, but women have low testosterone. So women are just easily manipulated because they're feeble-minded in the worldview that he's peddling here.
Differently, quote, we show that exogenous testosterone fully eliminated strategic, feigned prosociality and thus decreased submission to audience expectations. Said differently, the lower your testosterone is, the more, of course, the more likely you are going to be subservient and compliant.
Because that's how he views women. He views women as subservient and compliant. I mean, it really is just... I mean, it's wild. I want to, preface this by saying, this one includes a slur, for trans people. And, this is from December 9th, 2022.
Can we get that picture up, Ryan, of that Marvel's Avenger team? So when you guys think of the Avengers, you guys think of the combination of great forces. This is your government. If you voted Democrat, if you supported Democrat this midterm cycle, this is what you voted for. Now, I don't know who the person is on the left. Is the person on the left that tranny that came and did the interview with Joe? The TikTok tranny? Got it. So that person doesn't have a government job. The other ones do, okay? So that one's Levine. Then you got Karine Jean-Pierre, who's also lesbian. And then, I don't even remember what that guy's role is, but he's in some sort of weird sex cult. And then you got the TikTok guy, another TikTok guy. What is his job? No, I know. I'm talking about the sex cult guy in the middle. I don't know. He's in charge of immigration. He's some Greek name, if I remember correctly, like Malatakis or something. It's some Greek name. And so then you got the other TikTok guy, because that's a different TikTok person, isn't it? Okay. And then you got Brinton. Oh, that was a White House intern, just masquerade. By the way, what was so insulting about that White House intern that's dressed in a kimono, as if he's come from Taekwondo class or something, is that was right when Afghanistan imploded. That's what's so outrageous about it. He's prancing around the White House. wearing what could only be described as a Taekwondo uniform. Yeah, that's right. This is the other one. Sam Brinton. No, this is the different one where he just has pictures of him being all bound up. Yep, that's it. Radioactive Nerd 1. We could put that up on screen. That's really graphic. So, do you see that, Ryan? Do I really want? I don't know if I want to put it up or not, but I don't. You know what? The fact I had to even look at it is damaging enough to me. I'll take one for the team. Oh, and yeah, obviously. So, look. Here's the thing. And I'm not. Yeah, that's right. It was Dmitry Daskalakis. I actually think I said that right. Oh, he was in charge of monkeypox response. Of course he was. It's the only thing he's qualified to look into, obviously. You sure there wasn't an opening in, I don't know, the thermonuclear weapon warhead division?
For the record, and those who don't know, monkeypox was at the time spreading predominantly within the LGBTQ community. So that's why it was really funny to Charlie Kirk that a queer person was spearheading that.
Really, I don't know, do they have sorry, all our spots are full at Starlink, or I don't know, level 4 security at the NSA, let's put you in charge of monkeypox. All right, trigger warning, this is disgusting, you shouldn't look at it. This is who's in your government, okay? Put this up. This is Sam Brinton doing what could only be as described, I don't even want to say it. It's, yeah, one of our listeners in the chat, can you put this up? Says, not sure if it's him in the ropes or teaching class. So he's in some form of strange sexual bondage situation here. Okay, so let me just kind of close this segment with this. And boy, our emails are really.
But like, you made the choice to show his kink posts. Like, the posts are labeled kink. You went and sought those out. Like, that's what that guy does in his own time. Like, why do you care? Like, Charlie Kirk sits there and tries to draw a parallel between, like, a White House intern wearing, like, a skirt in the fall of Afghanistan. Right? Like, how do those at all correlate? They don't.
Lighting up here. Your government is being run by freaks. That's not an exaggeration. That's not hyperbole. At the highest stakes imaginable. People that have...
You know, for someone who believes that, he sure is smiling and snickering a lot. I don't think he actually believed that.
Very deep-seated mental problems are running some of the most consequential government programs conceivable.
This man was full of hatred for people different from himself and for people he perceived as outside the norm. Here is a video from June 15th, 2023, from his show Thought Crime that streamed on Rumble. I believe it's episode 1 of Thought Crime.
So the way this show is going to work is
he hosted it with Jack Posobiec here.
We are kind of in the format of what is it called, Pardon the Interruption or Around the Horn? Pardon the Interruption, right? And by the way, just for all you guys, this is exclusively on Rumble, so you got to download the Rumble app. If not, it is
an amazing platform. Rumble is growing like crazy. So we're going to go topic by topic, pardon the interruption style. And we're going to start kind of with political stuff. And then as time goes on, as you spend more and more time with us, we will go more into the place of saying things you are not allowed to say. So we are going to start with everything will be interesting.
Man. Just saying things you're not allowed to say? How not allowed to say are they? Because right now people are losing their jobs for just quoting Charlie Kirk. People are having the government weaponized against them. There was one lady who got arrested for her reaction to Charlie Kirk's death. But anyway.
But by the end of this, we are going to have a deep web reveal, Jack.
I just want to say that I've spent a lot of time on 4chan trying to like find stuff that Charlie's definitely never heard of before, but then also talk about these things that isn't directly tied to, we do the news of the day, right. We knew the news cycle.
Let's just be honest to the audience. This is just therapy for us. Okay,
yes.
This is basically cathartic that we've decided to air.
But we needed to have a separate...
It's a Telegram chat that becomes a show.
We were going to do it anyway, so we might as well monetize it.
All right. And by the way, we're allowed to say, since we're on Rumble, we can say tranny. We can say climate change is vastly overrated. The 2020 election was stolen. Stop it, Blake. Vaccines, probably, the mRNA vaccine probably hurts you. What else?
I think you covered all of it.
Oh, there's a lot
Ukraine
more than
Nazis.
That. Oh, yeah. Zelensky is a thug. Tranny. All right, so we have a lot more to get through.
Wait, Zelensky's a tranny?
Oh, well, no, those are two separate things that are not necessarily
Again, he was a man who was desperate to say slurs at every turn. He was desperate. And he was hateful. Now, this is a clip from March 1st, 2024.
Here's one. Charlie, I heard about the white rural rage. It's hard to believe that they are that explicit about who they consider to be the enemy in this country. Please dive deeper into this. Yeah, I want to play the piece of tape here. I didn't get a chance to emphasize the kulaks, so let's play 120, and then I want to tell you about the kulaks. 120, please.
White rural rage, the threat to American democracy. And Tom, we'll start with you. Why are white rural voters a threat to democracy at this point?
I mean, we lay out the fourfold interconnected threat that white rural voters pose to the country. First of all, and we show 30 polls and national studies to demonstrate this, so we provide the receipts in Chapter 6. They're the most racist, xenophobic, anti-immigrant, anti-gay geodemographic group in the country. Second, they're the most conspiracist group. QAnon support and subscribers, election denialism, COVID denialism and scientific skepticism, Obama birtherism. Third, anti-democratic sentiments. They don't believe in an independent press, free speech. They're most likely to say the president should be able to act unilaterally without any checks from Congress or the courts or the bureaucracy. They're also the most strongly white nationalist and white Christian nationalists. And fourth, they are most likely to excuse or justify violence as an acceptable alternative to peaceful public discourse. So this clip has gone viral. They wrote this book, White Rural Rage. Look, on this program, we've told you about the kulaks before. In Soviet Russia, kulak was a label the Soviets gave to their designated class enemies. If you were a small business owner or a successful peasant, or really any kind of ordinary person who criticized or opposed the Soviet regime, they would then label you as a kulak. And that was enough to justify taking your stuff, sending you to Siberia, death camps, or shooting you and your entire family. In America, the regime is creating a new kulak. The new kulak are ordinary middle Americans. Rural white people are the acceptable target of American life. They're the ones it's okay to blame for literally everything bad in America. What causes systemic racism? Rural whites. Why is Joe Biden's approval rating terrible? Rural whites. They're only 20% of the American population.
Why is New York and San Francisco falling apart? Somehow, rural whites, even though they've never visited there. The left cannot comprehend that their policies fail because they're bad. They cannot comprehend that they lose elections because people can't stand them. Instead, just like the Soviets 100 years ago, they assume that they are wreckers. Their policies fail because they are evil people, lurking in America who just sabotage them for no reason. This is why the left literally needs endless, constantly increasing migration from the third world. Because among people born in America, the share who are alienated by how much the left obviously hates them is constantly growing. The Great Replacement strategy, which is well underway every single day on our southern border, is a strategy to replace white rural America with something different. Show 159, please. 80% of the map is red, but that is only 20% of the American population. They hate that they don't live in big cities. They hate those of you that live in rural and small America. They hate those of you that own land and have guns and believe in a better country.
I just want to point out, more, land doesn't vote. I feel like that should be patently obvious. But whenever maps like this come up, I just feel the need to really emphasize, land doesn't vote. People do. Where do most of the people live on that map? It's not in those dark red areas, I can tell you that much. Weird how that works.
And they have a plan to try and get rid of you. The same way that Joseph Stalin went after the kulaks, they want to go after you. Those of you that live in...
Also, the idea that, the Biden administration was going to, come after, a middle class with some kind of pogrom, come on, man. Come on. That was never going to happen. There was no political will to make that happen. This is just fear-mongering spun out of nothing. Spun out of, the gas coming out of your ass. That's it.
Mankato, Minnesota. You live in Marshallton, Iowa. Evansville, Indiana. Peoria, Illinois. You're the problem. Didn't you know it? You believe in God, country, family, faith, and freedom. And they won't stop until you...
Yeah, and you know those liberals don't believe in any of those things. No, sir. No person on the left side of the spectrum would believe in a god or having families or being free or making their countries and communities better. No, sir.
You and your children and your children's children are eliminated. This was a great week, everybody. Thank you guys for the support. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com.
God. It's just a cavalcade of ignorance. Here is another clip from January 8th, 2023.
So Speaker Johnson does nothing when it comes to the southern border. And you have to go all in at some point. And if there was an issue to go all in, it's the border. It's the border. It's the border. And then it's just repulsive. Where they have a Border Patrol agent that is being investigated for doing his job. He wasn't acting like Expedia.com for Mohammed, Diego, Francisco, and the rest of them when they come across the southern border, where they want to get deployed from... I hear Nashville is nice. Okay, yes, sir, Mohammed. Would you like an aisle seat or would you like a window seat, sir? Oh, and by the way, you have a court date in 2057, and we don't expect you to show up. And here's a cell phone, and here's some cash, and here's how to apply for government benefits. And you can go to Amnesty International, or you can go to openborders.org, or if you go to California, you get taxpayer-funded gender reassignment surgery. True story. And Speaker Johnson he does his press conference like he's some sort of tough guy, like he's standing in the gap. Speaker Johnson stands on the border. I know the border's an issue because I do the press conference here, but I'm going to do nothing to actually fix the problem because I'm a typical Washington, D.C. politician. I'm going to shake like a leaf when I sit down with Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer, but I'm going to try to make you seem as if it's a win because I think you're stupid. There's another story that seems to be unrelated, but it's exactly what's happening. Now, the southern border is, of course, the great replacement. They're trying to replace us demographically. They're trying to make the country less white. They're trying to make the country more like the third world. The dumping ground of the planet is the United States southern border, and the secret is out. The rapists, the thugs, the murderers, fighting age males, they're coming from across the world, from China, from Russia, from Middle Eastern countries, and they're coming in, and they're coming in, and they're coming in, and they're coming in.
The dumping ground of the world. Oh, but he was such a good faith interlocutor. He was such a moderate voice.
And Speaker Johnson does nothing. It is an anti-white agenda. And there's another story where the only reasonable explanation you would do something like this is because you hate white people. And some people say, oh, Charlie, come on, there's other reasons why they want the border policy. No. If you read their literature, you spend time around them, the contempt, the resentment that the left-wing ruling class has for white Anglo-Saxon Protestant males.
By the way, you know someone is deeply, deeply racist when they start pulling out the Anglo-Saxon lines. You know, like, that's some deep level racism. That's from some that's from the age of Benjamin Franklin talking about the swarthy Swedes and Norwegians and Germans. Okay? Yeah, it's advanced racism. You got your bachelor's in racism, and now it's time to get your PhD in racism.
Is real. Even beyond that, they can't win the white vote. No matter how hard they try, you look at the white vote, they can't win it. They lost it by 20 and 17% in the last two presidential races. They can't win it. And so how do you win over white voters? You don't.
You know what's crazy? I'm just playing clips of things that he said because folks in my comments asked me to. And the folks who looked up to this man are still angry about it. They're still coming into my chat and being like, look at how triggered you are. And it's like, I'm not triggered. This man is just a bigot. I can recognize bigotry. That's pretty easy, actually. Doesn't demand a lot from me. I don't know, maybe come back down to reality and listen to what this man is saying and understand how objectionable it is to 99% of the people in this country.
You just bring in more third worlders and you dilute, aka replace them.
Yeah, the dilution of the white
border,
race.
As if they want to just remind you they're in charge. They go after one of America's great icons. And again, we warned against this. We warned against it. And all these weak Republicans, these Vichy French conservatives that were, oh, well, I guess we should take down the Confederate statues. Oh, sure, yeah, we should rename the military bases. Worthless, weak, spineless. And we said, okay, first of all, that shouldn't happen. What are you going to do when they take down George Washington? Oh, they would never take that down. What are you going to do when they take down Abraham Lincoln? Oh, they never.
I mean, I think a pretty fair rule of thumb is we shouldn't have monuments to people who literally betrayed the country and did the bloodiest war that has ever been fought on American soil. I think it's fair to say we shouldn't have statues to traitors, and we shouldn't have military bases named after traitors to the Republic. But that's just me, I guess I'm just patriotic that way.
Never would. Or what are they going to do when they take down William Penn? So they've taken down George Washington. They've taken down Abraham Lincoln.
Ah, dude, Randy Marsh. I got asked to do this. People are out there and they don't know what he said. I want them to know. I want everyone to know what Charlie Kirk said. And the reason I do is because the vice president has made it very clear that it's an important issue for everyone to take notice of. And, you know, I'm patriotic that way. I think everyone should take notice of what this man actually stood for and said. I think that's a service to the country that I love. If anything, you're kind of being anti-American right now. And I think you should be a little bit more patriotic.
This is the federal government that's doing this, by the way. William Penn, look this, statue, 11 and 13, statues being taken down. William Penn was a white English speaker.
Words, not one threat? I didn't say he was threatening anyone. Why are you putting words in my mouth, man? Why can't you actually deal with the words that are on the table? That's all I'm asking anyone to do. But you're the one here, like, making wild assumptions about what anyone else is saying. And I think maybe you need to do a little bit more listening and a little bit less yapping.
Great man. He helped build America. The state of Pennsylvania is named after him. He wasn't some Latino illegal immigrant. He wasn't some trans woman of color. It was a white English Quaker who was a moral pioneer, basically totally blameless. Did William Penn traffic slaves into the country? Penn was 200 years ahead of his time in supporting democratic elections, freedom of religion. He was totally fair and honest in all of his dealings. So what is his crime? He never broke a treaty with the Indians? What is the great crime of William Penn? Well, Joe Biden and his government that is actually doing this says they want to make sure people feel comfortable, that this is a symbol that no one feels uncomfortable. And his government thugs and gangsters and goons are taking down William Penn. And I want you to just, can you put up 11, please? 11 is showing that right there.
Oh no, they're going to rename Pennsylvania. They're going to rename it after a trans person. They'll call it Transylvania. No! Sorry, I couldn't resist.
There is the same thing that's happening on the southern border. They are replacing William Penn. What are they going to put up? Some Angela Davis statue? Or they're going to put up a statue of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Harvey Milk? Let me ask you a question.
Or Dracula?
Who is of greater moral accomplishment? Harvey Milk or William Penn? I'll let Blake answer that question in the chat. Harvey Milk, they do all these sorts of parades and they have statues and they have movies honoring this guy. William Penn, gone. Abraham Lincoln, gone. By the way, there's a lot of nonsense when it comes to Harvey Milk. A lot. I want to make sure I get my facts right so I don't speak incorrectly. But let's just say he's not exactly somebody that I think we should be honoring. Oh, but he was gay. He was a gay activist and he was terrific and no, he was not.
Oh, okay. End of the clip. Sorry, I had a little bit too much fun with that clip. Obviously, like, the content of what he says is just constantly horrifically awful. But, you know, I think the next clip we're gonna hit on might take the cake a little bit, so gird yourselves, everyone. This is from March 21st, 2024. So last year. It's a bit of a lengthy clip here, and I mean, we'll see how much we get through here.
It's their country. For those of you on radio or podcasting, just so you know, that is a group of 200 to 300 military-aged men, just overwhelming Texas Border Patrol and Texas National Guard. The U.S. government is doing nothing. Remember, Joe Biden says they built the country. At what point is it time to start to at least use rubber bullets or use some sort of tear gas to prevent this and quell this invasion? They have no regard for the process, for legal immigration. And at what point do we use real force? You have to be willing to do it. Somebody asked me the other day, they said, Charlie, why are you so pro-Israel? One of the reasons I'm pro-Israel is that when Israel gets invaded on their border, they defend their border. If 300 Palestinian Arabs tried to run in Israel like that, it wouldn't end well for them. We're the only superpower on the planet where we just allow people to run them over. And we're supposed to, just so you understand, those military-aged males are now going to get cell phones, food, cash, flights to the interior of the United States. Why do we have a military? Why do we have men with guns if we can't use them? Having a country means being able to draw a line on the ground and say, this is our sovereign territory. If you enter, we have lethal force and we're willing to use it. And you can escalate. You don't have to start with lethal force. You can start with rubber bullets, start with tear gas. You can start with firing next to them, say, hey, we have weapons, we're willing to use them. The most fundamental right of both property and sovereignty is the right to exclude. You don't own your home, your country, or even your body if you can't protect it from breach with deadly force. Again, Israel shoots people who rush the Gaza fence. And Democrats in America defend Israel. Some do, not all of them. Jewish Democrats like Chuck Schumer, and says, hey, Israel's defending itself, but why can't America defend itself the same way Israel defends itself? And understand, this is not about shooting people every day. If you do it once, maybe twice, when there is an actual invasion, people learn, and the threat of force is what keeps this sort of thing from happening. The same principle, by the way, applies to crime. If cops can't use force to stop criminals, criminals eventually learn they can just ignore the law with impunity. And again, for those of you on radio or podcasting that did not see the video we just played, I want you to picture, you can go to charliekirk.com and see the video. I want you to picture 300 to 400 military-aged men running through Texas National Guard with total, just the arrogance, celebrating that they're in the country. Criminals need to fear the police. So let me get this straight. Capitol Police on January 6th, it was okay to shoot Ashley Babbitt. And some people say yes, some people say no. She was not an invader, she was a military veteran. And we can't discharge a weapon when there's a invasion happening on our border. I want to play that video again. Can we play it without audio, guys, just so that we have the B-roll going? Because I think that on radio, I want to make sure that we can keep the monologue going. I want to play it again. How is this any different than somebody storming a country? By the way, where are all the women and kids in that video? Can someone tell me? Where are all the dreamers? And look, their hands are up and they know what to say, but they're not here for process, or they're told to stop. They're told to stop. They get in a conflict with Texas National Guard, and in they come. And Joe Biden says those are the real Americans, by the way, and they come right up to the gates celebrating. Where are all the women and kids? Those are the men that will go into your communities and break into your homes and rape your women, take your children. But hey, they're dreamers. We're not doing background checks on them. We're not doing DNA checks on them. They just come right into the United States however they please.
Just bigotry.
So I'm going to ask the question again. At what point should Texas use some form of force? They're just sitting there watching. Oh, yep, get out of the way. Boy, is that a powerful visual. 2024 America. National Guard that steps out of the way when your country gets invaded. And you can't blame him. If he dared lay hands on the illegals, he'd probably go to jail, because illegals get preferential treatment in this country and Americans do not. Remember the whole whip fiasco? My position all along is, yes,
Somebody in chat is asking, why is he grinning? And it's for this. It's why I called him bloodthirsty. It's because he got off on the idea of violence. You see it in full force in this clip.
It wasn't true, but of course you should be able to use whips against foreigners that are coming into your country. Why is that controversial? If you try to break into other sovereign countries, if you try to break into Russia, if you try to break into Saudi Arabia, if you try to break into Israel, if you try to break into China, if you try to break into Japan, if you try to break into Korea, a country that believes in its right to exist defends itself from intruders. And that visual that we just saw, it's happening every single day. We've said it before, and it might sound heated, but those who enable this, I believe they're guilty of treason. I really believe that. It is hard to see those images and not say, that's not the end of the country. You cannot have the continuation of America as we know it and have National Guard and Border Patrol kind of do the, like they're dancing with bulls in Barcelona. Come on in. And we just call balls and strikes here. And then they're going to come into the interior of the United States. They'll come to Chicago. They'll come to San Francisco. They'll come to New York. And it was every single day. So what can be done about it? What would happen if Texas started firing rubber bullets? Let's play this out. Let's just say rubber bullets. What would happen? And by the way, I don't rejoice in this. I don't want to have to use force, but these people are criminals. They're invading. They made the decision to invade. They made the decision to do a pincer movement into the United States of America. They are bringing force upon themselves. So what would happen if Texas all of a sudden started using rubber bullets, non-lethal rubber bullets? What would happen? The federal government would come in and sue them and maybe arrest the people that use the force. The federal government is more worried about policing the actions of Texas protecting its sovereignty than protecting the sovereignty of the nation. Not only should these people be deported, you need real deterrence. There is the castle doctrine in this country. The castle doctrine is that you're allowed to defend your home if it's being invaded, if it's being intruded upon, if it's being burglarized. Why can't you defend your country if it's being burglarized? These people are...
Interesting line of thought, Charlie. Surely, though, you did not follow that in every direction it could go.
Burglars, robbers, thieves, and criminals. They're effective squatters in the country, and we call them migrants. Stop using that term. This will not stop, and they laugh at us. You see that? They're kind of like rejoicing. They know we're never going to use force. The word is out in the insane asylums, in the prisons, in the gang communities. America is open. The greatest country ever to exist.
I'm sorry. The word is out in the asylums and in the prisons. That dude, what?
America is open. The greatest country ever.
The prisons and the asylums are all talking about how free and wonderful being in America is. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Ever to exist, they won't arrest you. They won't deter you. They won't deport you. They'll give you free stuff. And if you impregnate a woman, that child becomes a U.S. citizen because that's birthright citizenship. They are gaming every single rule, regulation, and custom and using it against us. And they are laughing about it. You got videos of illegal Venezuelans saying, hey, we're going to take over homes and sit as squatters in the major metropolitan areas. I think it's time to start use some form of force to defend our country before it gets too late.
Yeah. You know, just a clip of him advocating for whipping folks and shooting people. And keep in mind, like, this man put together multiple hour plus long programs, like, every day. These are just a small snippet of some of the things he said. This isn't even all of the clips I found. These were just all of the most relevant clips I found. And there were so many more. Here's another one. This is from October 21st, 2024.
We have two incredible young men joining us right now who said Jesus is Lord, and Kamala Harris wants nothing to do with that. So, okay, let's play this. This is how you handle it. This is J.D. Vance in a similar situation. Just look at the different political instincts. Kamala Harris is wired to be repulsed by the name of God. She mocks God. Again, everything Democrats love, God hates. Let me say that again. Everything that Democrats love, God hates. And if you're a Christian that votes for the Democrat Party, you are voting for things that God hates. That's between you and God. Think about it. If you're voting for the Democrat Party, you're voting for stuff that God hates. This is a different political instinct. Our reflex is pro-God, pro-worship of the divine, that there is a God, it is not him. Play cut 16, J.D. Vance.
Like, that literally he's telling his audience, you cannot be a Christian and a Democrat. These are just again, many Christians are Democrats. But Charlie Kirk is one of those folks who's like, well, you're not a real Christian if you're a Democrat. Here is another one from April 1st of 2024.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to draw your attention. On Friday, we had Aaron Friday on the program on Good Friday, a very powerful episode. I almost never re-listen to conversations. I re-listened to this one, and it is excellent. It's really, really good. It's called, let me get the exact title, an episode every American should listen to. It's really amazing. It's performing really well. It's on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. You can follow the QR code, download it, and listen to it. If you were busy on Friday or if you were in Mass, I totally understand. And her daughter, all of a sudden came home and said, I'm a boy. She said, what? And the whole assembly line, the conveyor belt, was started to grind. They wanted to give her cross-sex hormones. They wanted to give her testosterone therapy. They wanted to cut off her breasts. They wanted to do all these sorts of things. And these doctors do this without any thought whatsoever. Yeah, sure. Here's the script. Here's the clinic. Go here. Go for surgery. These doctors need to be put in prison quickly. We need to have a Nuremberg-style trial for every gender-affirming clinic doctor. We need it immediately.
Number one priority. Just absolute insanity. This is from March 20th, 2024.
Buy guns, everybody. Buy guns. I asked the Border Patrol, I said, who else is coming? And they said, oh, there's Chinese drug gangsters coming across almost every single day. The interior of the United States is getting super mobbed up right now. Remember the story a couple days ago? Colombian gang kingpin on Interpol most wanted list came into the country and claimed political asylum and was arrested in Texas. Now understand, there's two types of border jumpers that are coming into the country. There are those that are the gotaways, and there are those that come in and claim asylum. We should have no asylum claims, period. They have completely manipulated the entire asylum system. Remember we talked about the autoimmune response? They use our alleged generosity and benevolency, and they game that system. Millions of them. And the cartels and the Catholic charities and all these NGOs, they give them the script. The Catholic charities, by the way, are one of the biggest reasons why we have the open border crisis on the southern border. They subsidize it. They train the sex traffickers how to smuggle the women across the border. Every day, women are coming across as sex slaves, and Catholic charities say, how can we help? Oh, we're not supposed to judge. every single day. So this guy, Adiris Perella, was wanted in Colombia in connection with multiple murders and drug trafficking. He just came across the border. We didn't do a background check. We didn't call the Colombian embassy. Just came into the country. Happening every single day. And amazingly, the buried lead is yesterday. So Mexico comes out because it looked like for a little bit that Texas was finally able to deport the foreigners back to Mexico or their country of origin. Mexico comes out the same way that Egypt and Jordan would say about the people of Gaza, saying, we don't want your illegals back here in Mexico. You better not send them. Now, Joe Biden, based on reports that I have heard from people in meetings with Joe Biden says, well, I don't want to offend Mexico. Joe Biden is worried about offending Mexico. We have to bully Mexico. That's what Joe Biden did. And that's what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump said, hey, we're going to put 5% tariff, 10% tariff. We're going to get what we want. Mexico could close their border in an afternoon. But we're allowing Mexico and the cartels to overrun the country because, of course, the American Democrat Party wants that to happen. The American Democrat Party hates this country. They want to see it collapse. They love it when America becomes less white. They love it when America gets overwhelmed. And we keep on saying this. It's the Cloward-Piven strategy. It's not some sort of abstract theory. It's right there. The Cloward-Piven strategy that was articulated in the 1960s, 1970s by these two academics. And even Mexico doesn't want these people. Well, too bad. If Donald Trump wins in November, it'll be the largest deportation force in American history. Every single illegal domiciled here in this country will go back to their country of origin. And we're going to tell Mexico what to do. Mexico has no power. Sorry, Mexico. You're going to have a 50% tariff, or you're going to secure the border. Vaya con Dios.
Yeah. Again, his shows were steeped in white supremacist nonsense, great replacement nonsense. And like it continues, you know? It continues. We talked about this one, but I didn't find the audio for it and video for it until earlier today. So here is the actual clip of him advocating for children to watch executions.
I just looked this up, Charlie. I didn't realize this, Jack. The last time that in Belarus they used capital execution here was in 2019, and it was by firearm.
Yeah, that's how you should. By the way, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many appeals.
Expensive.
It should be public. It should be quick. It should be televised.
Well, this can't be right, can it? The last execution in France was guillotine in 1977.
100% true. They used the guillotine.
Until 77?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
There's videotape of it.
Honestly, that's like what we should be doing, and I agree. It should be public
And
should be public
televised.
square.
By the way, you could fund
Force
the
kids
government
to watch it.
You could have like brought to you by Coca-Cola, and no, I'm not kidding. By the way, I would totally tune in to see some pedo get their head chopped off. Convicted by a jury.
By the
your
way,
peers.
that's going to get
No,
called out.
I'm talking about a real thing. I'm not talking
All
about
executions in Belarus are by firearm. That's not a choice or anything.
Andrew's saying don't make kids watch it, and I think no, the absolute
I think
opposite.
at a certain age, it's an initiation.
16, if you can drive, you can watch
No, but hold
it.
on.
Not
You
even
see,
16.
if
I would
all of a
say-
sudden you look at some of these savages, like in Indiana, there was this guy that went in and killed a pregnant woman and her 3 kids.
Yeah.
And you know what? I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed. And I think that would be justice. You think children should have, you should see it? What is the age? At what age should you start to see public executions?
16.
I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12,
Whenever-
6th grade or so. You are a person, they're old enough to, you don't need to like really wallow in it and have them be broken on a wheel or anything. But if it was something like chopping, if we had a guillotine or something.
I think it's the age where they can't be, I think there's too early and you become desensitized to maybe like this. I think it's when you can actually embrace.
But it should also be
the
taken
meaning.
in a holy way.
The meaning.
No, I don't mean holy in a bad way. I mean that like this is heavy.
Like, this is the
Bluntly,
meaning
we
of
have
it.
kids who are 14 who are committing carjackings in
100%.
cities and doing
Yes.
bad stuff. And I think
Yeah, you're
if you
probably
sent the
right. Maybe
message
you're
to them, if you do a bad crime, you will die, and it will be like this, and that
No,
will
but
be
just-
you.
just
But I
fr-
think it
would be
tears
a
down.
positive message.
So my argument would be younger people get involved with that because they're with around older people who do those things.
I want you to imagine every day, all of a sudden they said, and today, remember that awful the guy that went and shot up a school? Because, left hates school shooters, and so do we. But they focus on the gun. I think they're evil. So, you take one of these school shooters, and they say, today we're going to publicly execute this person. And they read off
Super Bowl.
No, the shooters at the Super Bowl thing, and you read off what they did.
Great.
And you don't celebrate it. You just say, look, this is what they did. And if you do this, this will be your fate. Ready, set, go. Boom. End of life. And say
guillotine.
Scared Straight used to be a whole TV show.
No, but
this is Scared Straight for everybody.
Here's a question for anyone that might be
Jesus Christ,
not persuaded. Would crime go up or down?
It would go way down.
Done. So that why is this even a question?
Well, they'll say it's not a deterrent, and it's not because
of course it's a deterrent, though.
And our current system is just as dumb as it could possibly be.
You get a last meal. No, they should make you eat bran.
It's only done for a tiny minority of even murderers. Only a handful of murderers actually get it, and then their odds of getting executed are very low. And it happens 25 years later. You have to run articles in the newspaper to remind people why this bad person was on death row in the first place.
I'm going to tell you, this is what's so frustrating about American culture. I mean, we took all the best parts of Greek culture and Roman culture and French culture and the Revolution and everything else, and we didn't keep this part. Like, we have the Colosseums for sports, but we don't have it for this. I totally agree with this sentiment. Is like we shouldn't make it like a celebration.
No, it should be a heavy thing.
It should be a heavy thing. It's corporal punishment.
By the way,
it's capital punishment.
Just as an FYI, there is literally no evidence whatsoever that the death penalty or televising like executions lowers the rate of crime. People have studied this. It doesn't lower the rate of crime. Doesn't do that. What it does do is make homicidal freaks feel good because they get to look at someone die on their television for real life. But other than that, it doesn't reduce crime rates. We've had public executions in the past, and guess what? We still had crime. God, just that conversation is insane. But this is the moderate. The moderate voice. This next clip is from January 3rd of 2024.
If you did colorblind, merit-based hiring, do you think 94% of the hires would go to non-white people? Do you think that if you did hiring based on qualification, you would have 94% be non-white? Here's the new director of Star Wars. So they hand over
if the interest payments on
guys, $67 billion enterprise to this new feminist director, play cut 21.
What is the balance of activating a force for change, but also trying to permeate that patriarchy, that power structure?
Oh, absolutely. I like to make men uncomfortable. I enjoy making men uncomfortable. Not you, just not you.
Point taken, point taken.
Because you need to change your attitude.
So now she just inherited this beast of Star Wars. So it's dead. You know, Star Wars, you're going to have Luke Skywalker come out as trans. You're going to have Han Solo have to get his parts chopped off. And in a stunning turn of events, Darth Vader is the patriarchy. Where is this headed? South Africa. That's where this headed.
What are you talking
They
about?
repeatedly have calls for genocide against white people. And by the way, we are getting tons of emails, freedom@charliekirk.com. Charlie, I'm passed over for jobs. Charlie, I apply here. White, I can't find a job. I've been looking for a job for quite a while. How much, and by the way, why are whites taking this? Why are we just sitting idly by and allowing corporate America to get all the jobs to non-white people and the destruction?
Okay, can we just like marvel for a second that he started with Star Wars and like a woman directing Star Wars talking about how like she wants her art to challenge a certain portion of her audience, and then to South Africa and people struggling to find work in South Africa. And then we're after transgender Luke Skywalker and Han Solo, and they're dating. And then it's South Africa employment, and then it's why are we white Americans putting up with this? Like, what are you talking about? These are like 6 different topics.
Of meritocracy. Where is this headed? Play cut 23.
Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot to kill. Hamaza. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa.
That's where this is headed.
I mean, functionally, that is very, very similar to the rhetoric that Charlie was using just a couple clips ago to talk about how we need to start shooting people who want to cross the border and whipping them. Functionally very similar.
So he's dancing around with his hands looking like a pistol, saying, kill the Boer. And he says in his speech before that, at some point, killing is necessary. And if you know any whites in South Africa, they're getting out as quickly as possible. Some are abandoning their farms that their families have had for multiple generations because they don't feel safe at all because blacks are targeting them. It's a very real thing. They're getting out. South Africa is an entire country built on critical race theory, built on DEI. White farmers are getting murdered at an alarming rate in South Africa. And it's sad. South Africa has unbelievable natural resources. South Africa is an objectively beautiful country. South Africa has parts that would make our national parks look like just regular highway driving. It's so unbelievably beautiful. And by the way, that guy that was talking is Julius Malema, leader of the EFF party, likely to be the next leader of South Africa, surging in the polls, saying we might just need to kill white people. That's where this is headed. In fact, in some ways, it's already there. There was some maniac recently that went publicly and started killing people, and it's some black guy, and he said, I just want to kill people, kill white people, just about a week and a half ago. And remember, if South Africa...
Yeah, you know, and I just saw a guy saying he wanted to shoot undocumented immigrants and maybe whip them, too. You know, people be saying crazy shit on the internet.
Murdered white people publicly, the New York Times would justify it. The New York Times would say, well, context is necessary. Maybe they deserved it. They say that when we notice the Great Replacement, they call us administrators of hate speech. But they say that kill the Boer is culturally complex.
Well, it is, but also, like, the political party you just showed on screen is an extremist minority. Unlike the Republican Party, which is one of the largest political forces in our country right now.
Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. That's freedom@charliekirk.com. This is worse than anybody could imagine. It's happened gradually, then suddenly. We've allowed this to happen. the slipping of away of our country, and now you're going to have 50% of the country that only gets 4% of the jobs. How do you think that's going to work out? They hate you, and some of them want you dead.
Oh boy. All right, gird yourselves, folks. Returning to another topic we touched on earlier. Here's November 7th, 2023.
All right, so two things. Number one, if I were to give PR advice to the IDF, of which they haven't listened to a thing I've said because it's just been kind of a joke. They're doing better in the last week. I got to say, the Israeli government, they've been better, largely because people aren't talking about it as much. Is very simple. Talk about this as a war of liberation, okay? You are here to liberate people being held captive by Hamas. There's too much confluence. Say that we are coming here to liberate you from your captors. First of all, it's true. So it has the side benefit of being true. But that's less of an invasion and more of we are here to spring you free to flourish. And by the way, if we go a level deeper, if you look at it, it then makes the people seem deeply unthankful. Israel will end up freeing the people of Gaza, and they'll be hated for doing it. But I think you could win far more PR points, at least with some normies and some people in the middle, if you say we are here to free you from your captives, to get you out of captivity. Just honestly, IDF, this whole thing that we're going to kill every last person of Hamas, it's true, it's honest, it's fine, not working in the West. By the way, you don't even have to define what freedom would mean, okay? Some form of self, not Hamas, okay? You don't have to get too into the details. I think a war of liberation would help. Anyway, the point is this. That's just PR stuff. To piggyback on what we were talking about with Senator Ted Cruz, this is something that there is this massive reckoning, cognitive dissonance. By the way, there is this incredible tweet, Eli Klein, quote, "Today's election day. I'm a lifelong Democrat, but as a Jew, I'll be voting Republican. Republicans will do a lot more to curb anti-Semitism than Democrats, who are not treating anti-Semitism nearly as seriously as they've been treating the most petty examples of other bigotry." Wow. Eli Klein from New York, voting Republican for the first time. But here's what what Jewish Democrats or Jews in general are going to have to make a decision. Until you crush the cultural Marxist lens of which they view the world, you will never actually be able to build support for Israel. You cannot subsidize support and play footsie with cultural Marxism and have a future for the state of Israel. So you have to choose. And Jews have been some of the largest funders of cultural Marxist ideas and supporters of those ideas over the last 30 or 40 years.
Jesus.
Stop supporting causes that hate you. Now you might say, well, how is one thing applied to the other? If you train a generation to view everything through an oppressor-oppressed lens, they will apply that lens to the Israel-Hamas conflict. The same way that they apply it to the police issue, the gender issue, good guy, bad guy, somebody on top, somebody on bottom. Until you...
For those who might not know, the Nazis in Nazi Germany talked about cultural Bolshevism, or Jewish Bolshevism. Basically, the allegation was that the Jews were financing cultural Marxism within Nazi Germany. Like, this is like straight up, like, oh, the Jews are financing the degeneracy of America, is essentially what he means by that. God.
Cleanse that ideology from the hierarchy and the academic elite of the West, there will not be a safe future. I'm not going to say Israel won't exist, but Israel will be in jeopardy as long as the Western children of the West, are being taught with primarily Jewish dollars subsidizing it to view everything through oppressor-oppressed dynamic. Until you shed that ideology, you will not be able to build the case for Israel because they view Israel as an oppressor.
I mean, first of all, that clip is telling in so many different ways. Like, the main problem behind doing a genocide is the PR, is one just wild thing. The recycling of cultural Bolshevism is another. But also just like, if your solution is making sure children don't understand the dynamic between an oppressor and someone who is oppressed, like, you're gonna have some problems there, because that's just a dynamic that is obvious on the face of it. All right, next one. This is from October 11th, 2023.
What happened in Israel this last weekend, the more we learn about it, the harder it is to grasp if you are unfamiliar with the uncivilized world. Part of the problem of our universities is you have a bunch of sheltered brats that believe the rest of the world lives in air conditioning with common law, defense of children. They live such a sheltered worldview, they can't even possibly grasp the idea that people would break into another country and seek out the women and children and mow them down at a concert. Seek out infants. It's hard for people to even grasp. In fact, some people think, oh, it's war propaganda. It wasn't that hard for me to grasp, because people that still live in the 1300s, as a vast majority of Muslims do, they don't hold Western values. No, this is civilization, aka Western values, versus barbarism, also known as medieval worldview.
Just to clarify something here, medieval would also refer to Western civilization. Just as an FYI here, the West did live through medieval times, so that informs Western civilization as well. Just in case anyone is confused about that. Weren't the Middle Ages in Europe? Yes, they were indeed. Also, I can't believe I have to say this, but the Muslim folks of this planet haven't invented, like, time travel capsules to, like, lock themselves in the year 1300. That's not at all what's happened. Charlie Kirk is just a bigot. That's what has happened.
If you're fatigued, I get it. I understand. You've lived through a lot these last couple years. You didn't ask for it, you didn't invite it. And if it's too much for you, go watch Lifetime. I'm sure there's some shallow movie of somebody who falls in love and makes you feel good. This is not Happy Talk Hour. This is the entire civilization.
Like, it's what's crazy to me, right, is that he has the audacity to talk about other people, an entire, one of the largest religions on the planet having a medieval worldview, when he and his buddies then go and onto their little show and talk about how they should have mandatory viewings of executions for 12-year-olds. Like, and they're like, oh, well, we wouldn't be brutal about it. We wouldn't, like, break them across like a torture wheel before the execution. It's just like, yeah, you just want to show a 12-year-old someone's brains blown out of their skull. Yeah, nothing says a modern civilized society than showing children, like, displaced human brain splattered on a wall. Like, oh yeah, that's civilized behavior right there.
The planet. Dare I say, even the species.
God, I know my plan for this segment was for me to be mostly silent during these clips, but like, goddamn. All right, here's another one. This is from October 5th of 2023.
Matt Gaetz was the dog that caught the car. Okay, and by the way, doing this in public as a U.S. senator is wild. It's crazy. It's nuts, but it's predictable. Okay, I'm just telling you, the audience, in real time, what's happening here. So somebody gave Senator Mullen, right, all the oppo on Matt, and it's not going to stop. They're going to go after Matt. They're going to go after Bob Good. They're going to go after Nancy Mace, and it's significantly jeopardizing whether or not we're going to keep the House in 2025. Significantly. This whole thing, if we don't get this settled quickly, you have to raise $300 million minimum. Right now, Hakeem Jeffries is cleaning up. And here's an uncomfortable truth. In order to win the House, you have to raise money from a lot of different corporate actors. Right now, the corporate actors are going all in on the Democrats. And you might say, that's great, that's good. Yeah, principally, that's really good. We don't have the money to compete, everybody. We don't. The Republican base is poorer than ever. Small dollar donations are drying up. They've dried up. It's evaporated. And so you have to get the resources to compete. And I got in a debate yesterday with somebody that said, oh, Charlie, we don't need the money to win. You're wrong. You're just wrong. I'm sorry. You're wrong. In these swing districts, in North Atlanta, in the suburbs of Chicago, you need to get on TV. You need to. You're going to get run over by the Democrats. They're going to run negative on you. They're going to make it seem terrible. You have to be able to compete. You need $300 million. And some people say, oh, Charlie, I don't care if we keep the House. That's foolish. I'll be honest, that is foolish. For no other reason than to stop the idiocy, the nonsense, the garbage, the trash that they're trying to force feed to our country. Not to mention the investigative stuff, the oversight stuff, and we're finally moving in the right direction of having single bill appropriation bills, okay? So, you know, looking at the forest from the trees, we cannot all of a sudden have this long, drawn-out battle. It's already happening. It's not a matter of, it needs to be fierce but brief and represent your voters. But understand that there's elements of this where Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats, they are cleaning up. They're raising record amounts of money, and they're going to come into these districts, and they're going to obliterate us. And I don't like the I told you so stuff, but I'm going to tell you what the I told you so is. That when Speaker of the House becomes Hakeem Jeffries in January 2025, and his first act of business is Politburo committees that actually authorize subpoenas against the entire American right. They abolish the Electoral College, get rid of D.C. and Puerto Rico as states. And regardless of who the president is, they'll just impeach Trump on the first day. We'll be like, oh, wow, how did this happen? Like, we're dealing with maggots, vermin, and swine here. These are not good people. They're not even a little bit good. They are coming after our throats.
Maggots, vermin, and swine. You know. Just, someone who is being labeled by said maggots, vermin, and swine as a really good faith debater, a really moderate voice in favor of discourse. Well, he was nice to me, say some of these folks. Here's another one, and if you're on the older end of the spectrum, this is for you specifically, because Charlie Kirk had some ideas about retirement.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Look, for current beneficiaries, none of your obligations should be touched. If you're receiving Social Security, if you're receiving Medicare, if you look at the composition of the federal proposed budget, a lot of it, though, and I don't like this word entitlement. I don't like that. I'll be honest. If you pay into Social Security, that's not an entitlement. You earned that. Now, I do think you should be able to opt out of Social Security payments. I really do. You should be able to say, no, I don't want it in the future. I don't want it now. I can invest it far more dutifully than with the federal government. And just so you know, the federal government's not putting your Social Security payments in some sort of a lockbox. They take your Social Security payments via FICA for 20, 25, 30, 35-year-olds. And then they just bring it through and they say, okay, we'll pay you later. We'll pay you later. We'll pay you later. And so the proportion of retirees to people paying used to be something like 20 to 1, 30 to 1. Now it's like 2.5 to 1. So in the future, and I'm talking about my generation, I'm 29 years old. I'm willing to say, you know what? I'm willing to strike a deal so that people in their 20s are going to get next to nothing for future Social Security if it means we can balance the budget. Now, I totally understand if I were to say that about people in their 50s right now, there would be a revolt at our studio. Of all the issues that if I were to even touch, even allude to saying that a 1% adjustment of Social Security or Medicare, it would be a riot. I get it, because a lot of people depend on it, and a lot of people, live on it, and they expect it. And look, you have to understand, you work many decades to pay into it, and you're made a promise, and the government says, oh, not so fast. I will say there's a lot of lying around the Social Security or Medicare issue, a lot of lying, where it is used as a political football. Now, I will say that for future retirees, people under the age of 45, we should absolutely raise the retirement age. I'm going to say something very provocative. I'm not a fan of retirement. I don't think retirement is biblical. I think that if you retire, you should...
Yeah, you know what else isn't biblical? Cancer treatments. Chemotherapy isn't biblical, man. You don't want people to get chemotherapy? Hey, blood transfusions aren't in the Bible. Don't want people to get blood transfusions? God.
Always be doing something. Not to say that you can't slow down, but you should be helping people, part-time work. You should be helping with the grandkids, volunteering.
Yeah, retirement, Charlie, is just the ability to do those things because you have a consistent, steady income from all the years you worked.
I do not like the overemphasis on a retirement-based society. I don't. I think there is so much talent that is not being used. In fact, I talk to senior citizens. They say, Charlie, after I officially retired, I went back and I was a part-time substitute teacher, counselor at the local church. And so I challenge this idea of retirement altogether. People are living longer. Are they doing more with their 70s or 80s? Some yes, some not so much. But you say, Charlie, I'm just going to retire and I'm just going to go golf. I think what a waste of the gifts that God has given you. What a waste of the wisdom that you have been given just to kind of just watch TV and to golf. No, there are young people that need you as a mentor. You know how many Turning Point USA chapters would be blessed by people in their 60s, 70s, and 80s to mentor them, to pour into them, to give them advice? So we take money from people who need it the most.
I just want to really throw out there that, like, it's fine if you want to, like, volunteer for a political organization, even if it's like Turning Point USA, because you're like, you're older, you want to do that. But you know what makes it a whole lot easier? Having a retirement account that pays you a consistent paycheck so you can have your fucking house.
Young families in their 20s and 30s, and give it to those who need it the least.
Also, again, very easy solution to making Social Security solvent for basically an indefinite period of time. And that's lift the cap. There's currently an income cap that tops out. Like if you make, I think it's over like $175,000, something like that. You just stop paying Social Security commensurate with your income. If you just eliminated that cap, Social Security would be solvent forever. And hey, why shouldn't rich people pay the same share of their income that we all do? But Charlie's entire career was about obfuscating points like that. That is what he was paid to do by the rich people who supported him. Now, this is a longer one here, so I'm going to try to find the part in this clip. Basically, this is a clip from August 29th of 2023, where Charlie Kirk advocates that a trans student should be bullied and put in jail.
Well, I guess we have to let the freak in. No, you don't. Well, I guess we have to let the freak in. No, you don't. He should be arrested, put in prison. And women are agreeable. Men are more disagreeable. This is why this is... Good luck. You're going to try to tell me that some freak would try, who is a woman, try to be going to a fraternity. He would be mocked, ridiculed, made fun of for good reason. I support that mockery, by the way. If a woman who thinks that she is a man wanted to join a fraternity, that person would be made fun of so much, bullied so much, crying so much, they would get themselves out. These girls should bully this freak, but they won't. Because they say, well, maybe we should have compassion for the predator who's getting an erection while watching other girls undress. Artemis Langford.
I believe that that is just a fabricated part of the story that he's making assumptions about. Like, in this particular story, this is just a trans girl trying to join a sorority. That's it. But he adds the erections in his mind, you know, for reasons others can come to conclusions about.
Where do we draw the line? Men wouldn't put up with this. Actual men. You see, if these girls, you could get this man out of your sorority. You just have to treat him poorly. Make fun of him. Be like, you're a fat freak. What are you doing here? Girls don't think, girls do that to other girls. They don't do that to men. Girls are perfectly capable of bullying other girls. They're the best at it. They're like way more savage than men. But girls bullying girls, because there is a physical intimidation factor. This guy is like Shrek. Put the picture up. It's like he could just take one of them and crush their skull. I mean, that's sick. I'm sorry. That is sick. He towers over these young ladies, obviously a predator. And he's obviously sexually attracted to them. Watching them undress with an erection, and the judge says, meh. Why do we need to protect women? Protect women? Blake, can you find the exact wording of the judge's ruling? This is going to happen everywhere. This is going to happen with preschoolers. It's happening in sports. It's happening all across the board. One way to stop it is to make the trans freaks feel uncomfortable. Nothing physical. Just make fun of them. Say, you're not welcome here. You're not welcome in our sorority.
Yeah, famously, that type of rhetoric never escalates to violence.
Go away. Go away. And some people say, well, Charlie, that's not nice. You shouldn't be nice to predators. Fun fact.
So, just to be clear, in this story, a judge ruled on this, and in Charlie's summation of the case is just, like, totally fine with, like... let me put it this way. If Charlie's version of events here was accurate, that judge would not have sided with the trans person. Let's go on to the next one here. This is from August 29th of 2023.
So we need to reassert what the actual truth of the matter is, especially if we are to be prepared for the next pandemic when it inevitably comes.
Wow, who is that neurotic lunatic? Who is that guy? Send him back to the country he came from. Holy cow. Get him off TV. Revoke his visa. Welcome, everybody. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. I mean, that is as close to just all outright Pfizer propaganda as I've ever seen allowed on a TV. They're myths, let me tell you, myths that kids suffering. Most suicidal generation, alcohol-addicted generation, drug-addicted generation, without purpose, least married, most likely to indulge in self-harm, motor skill development issues, the gayest generation, Mehdi Hassan. These are myths that even some of you believe in. Jeez. If we had sane immigration policy, we would say, adios, Mehdi Hassan. Goodness gracious.
Did he just call him Mendy?
That's as close to disinformation as I think anyone could find. I mean, even the CDC comes out and they say there's a crisis of loneliness, suicide. And he comes out and he says, these are all myths. There's nothing.
How do you fuck up Medi? How do you fuck up a 2-syllable name, man? Oh man.
Wrong with the lockdowns? Holy moly. Okay. When you think they really can't reach another level of just outright Pfizer prostitution, that guy's a prostitute with a British accent. He's a foreigner with a British accent who's a prostitute for the farm.
He's British, you goon. God. This racist son of a bitch.
Pharmaceutical companies. Ryan, I love when you get me fired up. It's better than a blackout coffee.
Good golly. We're almost at the finish line here, folks. I've only got a handful more. This one is from August 21st of 2023, and you'll never believe what Charlie Kirk is railing against in this one. Get ready.
So here's what it says on The Atlantic. The Constitution prohibits Trump from ever being president again. By Michael Luttig and Lawrence Tribe. Now, Lawrence Tribe is a crazy person, but he's actually well respected on the left, which is telling. As students of the United States Constitution for many decades, one of a U.S. Court of Appeals judge, the other as a professor of constitutional law, and both as constitutional advocates, scholars, and practitioners, we long ago came to the conclusion that the 14th Amendment, the amendment ratified in 1868 that represents our nation's second founding, a new birth of freedom, contains within a protection against the dissolution of the republic by a treasonous president. Okay, let's just slow down. The 14th Amendment was necessary for some things, 100%, but it's way too broadly written. It's sloppily written in some ways. The moral premise of the 14th Amendment, excellent. Of course, obviously, no one's going to debate that. No one will. Abolishing slavery and respecting the dignity of all people. But they float the 14th Amendment for everything. For removal of debts. Remember when they said, oh, the debt ceiling can be raised because of the 14th Amendment? Preventing Donald Trump from becoming president, birthright citizenship. The 14th Amendment is the catch-all. The 14th Amendment has become kind of the modern Marxist revolutionary gateway to whatever they want to do. It doesn't always hold up in court, but it's way too broad. It's just too broad. Again, morally necessary with too many opaque provisions and vocabulary that is now harming us in 2023. They believe the...
What's crazy to me is that this man is like, 14th Amendment, too messy. It's harming us. What about the Second Amendment there, Charlie? What about the second? The second, you know, the one with like some provisions about a well-regulated militia? Something about that? I don't know. Seems like maybe an important part of the language that we just kind of have skimmed over. Oh well.
14th Amendment nullifies the rest of the Constitution as long as the government can be used to attack white people or now to attack insurrectionists. That's why language matters.
Crazy. Let's check this out because this one's a doozy, chat. This is a two-parter. And I want to preface this by saying that Charlie Kirk had a lot of people on his show. You know, we've already seen him with members of, you know, various government senators or secretaries of energy. Various people went on his show. President went on a couple times. Well, in these clips, Charlie Kirk chose to host a man named Daniel Schmidt, who is perhaps best known for organizing the group. I want to make sure I get the name right. Let's see. God, what is it called? Oh, Students for Ye. Or Students for Yay. This was back in 2022 when Ye was Sieg Heiling. He's still doing it, to be honest. But just to kind of prep you for where this is going to go.
Daniel Schmidt, welcome to the program, student at University of Chicago. Thank you for your courage to speak out against this. Let's get our facts right. What is being taught at the University of Chicago?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I think you're exactly right when you call this a war on white people. That's what it is. So basically what happened was I was registering for classes last year and scrolling through the list, and I found a class called The Problem of Whiteness. And I mean, just take a second to really consider what this class is saying, that there is a solution to white people or whiteness. I mean, it's totally anti-white, as you said. It's totally insane. And if you go even a step further, if you read the
Man, if only he had taken the class.
course description, it said whiteness is a problem with world making and raising effect. The professor teaching it is some nasty woman who specializes in Denmark. I mean, none of it makes any sense whatsoever. And so
Yeah, you know, maybe that's an indicator you needed to take the class. You know, classes are there to teach you things you don't know about. Maybe this class had something to teach you if you looked at it and said, huh, I don't know anything about this.
So after I exposed the class on my Twitter, which is what I've been using Twitter for, the professor filed 2 separate complaints to get me expelled. She said I led a harassment campaign against her. I was inciting violence, all this crazy stuff. And yeah, that's what happens if you speak up about this stuff. And that's what they're teaching at a school like this, and I'm sure around the world.
Yeah, I want to ask a question. Do you feel as if that hating white people is socially acceptable at University of Chicago?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not just University of Chicago, but everywhere. Let me get a bit of an anecdote. So I come from a middle-class household, nothing special. I get to use Chicago, which is considered one of the elite universities in America. Within my first month, I'm told I can't participate in a debate tournament because I'm white. This debate tournament was only open to non-white people. And of course, the people telling me this went to fancy boarding schools in New England. I went to a mediocre public high school in Tennessee. They're the ones calling me privileged. It's not about any privilege. It's not about any stats or any class. It's pure racial hatred.
I think you might not have understood what they meant, but I think you might not have understood what they meant.
Toward white people, and it's everywhere, absolutely.
Okay, so now the story gets interesting. Not that that's not interesting. It's super important, and I want to dive into that and the dynamics behind it. I find it to be super important, and thank you for being willing to speak out against this. Most people cower in fear, and I know they're going nuts against you. By the way, before I forget this,
they all hate me because I'm white. Definitely not because I'm a moron.
I told my team to tell you, I will come and speak on campus, University of Chicago, free of charge. I'm from the suburbs of Chicago. You let me know. I'll be there. We'll make it happen. But this is where it gets interesting. You go on Stuart Varney's program. Love Stuart Varney. He's been really good to me over the last decade. He's been excellent. but I think that some people at the top levels didn't like this segment. You did great. Listen to this because something interesting happened after this. Play cut 107.
I mean, this is, you know, it's not an exaggeration to say we are entering straight up anti-white genocidal rhetoric, maybe. I mean, let me give you one more example. This psychiatrist spoke at Yale and said she has fantasies of murdering white people. Imagine being a white person in the audience, looking around, your classmates are nodding in agreement. So seriously, if you're a white student, speak up. The time is now because things are only going to get worse. They're going to treat me like this, but there needs to be more students like me.
The poor oppressed
obviously
whites.
nothing wrong with that.
The poor oppressed whites at Ivy League education.
And by the way, yes, that's not an isolated example. Do we have that clip just to reinforce it? What happened after that, Daniel?
Yeah, so, you know, I went on, and as you said, Stuart Varney, incredible guy, nice to meet, so nothing against him. I went on, and then Fox Business posted the video to their YouTube channel, and within a week, it got over 100,000 views, you know, totally positive reception. People in the comments were thanking me, saying, thank you for saying what a lot of white people are thinking now. And it seemed all well. Then I checked a week later, exactly a week later, and the video was private and not on YouTube, so totally gone there. And even on the website, foxbusiness.com, totally scrapped. And I was given no notice. I'm not sure exactly why. I can speculate.
Why is his haircut so bad? He's a Nazi. Like, they all have terrible haircuts. They have no sense of fashion.
Why? But totally memory holds, and I'm assuming now I'm on a blacklist or something, but that's exactly what happened.
No. You couldn't possibly be on one of those. You're obviously on a whitelist.
Well, just speculate. Why do you think what you said is objectionable?
Well, I think, you know, as I said, white people are not expected to speak up for white people. I think every other race can do it, and that's good for them. But if you go on national TV and you say what is happening at elite universities, which I've witnessed, which is the promotion of white genocidal rhetoric. Like I said, a Yale psychiatrist said she has fantasies of murdering white people. I mean, this is absolutely insane. If you just say that, I'm assuming there was some pressure, maybe some advertisers, maybe some higher-ups said, yeah, we're not allowed to endorse that. That's still too far. We don't want to be called white nationalists or any other scare tactic. And as you said in the opening,
Yeah, I don't want to be called a white nationalist. That's why I support Yay for president. Oh, God. I'm
so tired of this crap. I mean, it's just like, I want to live in a decent country. And
imagine uncritically platforming someone like this guy. It really tells you a lot about Charlie Kirk.
And I have to be lectured about an abolition of an entire race as if that's it's disgusting. It's vile. Sorry, Daniel, continue.
No, you're exactly right. And I think it just exposes the cowardice on our side. There are many great people. There are people who are exposing the truth and fighting for what is right. But you have these people on the top who maybe care more about what the left thinks about them or what advertisers think about them. And what I want to emphasize is it's not like Fox's audience was opposed to this, right? This video had 100,000 views, totally positive reception. They did it to Tucker. They did it to someone like me. I'm just a random college kid. They don't even care what their base wants anymore. They're totally answering to these advertisers, to these people who have the American people forgotten. I mean, it's totally sick. And as you're right, we need to just move on and just stop being crybabies. That's what it is.
So now this is the third element I want to talk to you about. And again, you tell me time and date, I'll come and I'd love to have a chat at University of Chicago. So is the university, we raise a lot of money at Turning Point USA. We're super blessed. A portion of our donors are giving money to University of Chicago, a lot of money, because University of Chicago has gone on a PR campaign saying they're the most free speech school. I'm sure you've heard this, right? That they're free speech and they're free speech and they're free speech. In fact, there's like the University of Chicago speech policy, and the president of University of Chicago sent out this statement. And you're right, University of Chicago is an unofficial Ivy League, right? It's a great school, very hard to get into. But do you find that University of Chicago has a culture of speech where you're allowed to express heterodox ideas?
Well, it's funny because that's actually the main reason why I went to U Chicago was the free speech. I wanted to go somewhere where I could say something and not get expelled. I will say,
can't help but note that you can say a lot of things and not get expelled at a university. You can say basically anything and not get expelled at a university. So it really calls to question, what did you want to say? that you were afraid was going to get you expelled. I've heard a lot of edgy language on university campuses from people who weren't expelled. What did you want to say, bud?
Say this, as I said earlier, this professor that I exposed who was teaching this class called The Problem of Whiteness, she filed 2 separate complaints to get me expelled, and my school did reject them. I don't know if that would have happened anywhere else, so I do have to commend my school for that. I know that seems insane, but I mean, things are crazy now. You know, I will say it's not just about the administration, though. It's about how safe do the students feel. In fact, I think at my school and maybe at other schools, a lot more pressure now comes from the student, right? If you speak up, these students will dox you, they'll call you out, they'll try to cancel you, which is the most ironic thing, right? When a white student like me calls out an anti-white professor, I have the New York Times writing a hit piece about me, calling me a bully. I have CNN calling me a bully. How often do these BLM activists ruin people's lives? Like every day?
But no. This is important, and this is important. These are sadists, and I mean, you're strong.
Again, you're the guy who's pro whipping people is calling other people sadists.
You got 50,000 followers. We have your back 100%. But this New York Times, the New York Times is threatened by a college kid. No offense. What are you, 19 or 20 years old, right? I mean,
yeah, I'm 19. Yeah.
You're 19 years old. The New York Times is threatened by a college kid who goes on a cable news segment and says, look at this. I mean, I want you to think about how sick these people are. They find joy in using their strength to crush people smaller than them, right? I mean, it's just a 19-year-old that goes on TV and says, oh, by the way, there's a class that's offered called The Problem with Whiteness. Well, what's the solution then? Like, I mean, if the problem is whiteness, what is the solution?
Well, you know, if only someone would learn about the topic that you're talking about. You know, if they learned a little bit, they would know that, like, whiteness is like a social construct. Meaning that we can, like, change it by understanding, like, the concept of whiteness. Because, again, whiteness is it's constructed. Like, 100 years ago, like, Italians and, like, Irish people weren't considered white. You know? They would hang up signs in stores saying, like, no Irish allowed. Like, there's... And that shifted over time because it's a social construct. Meaning that we can change what that means and how exclusive whiteness is. We can, in fact, interrogate and, like, investigate whiteness as a concept and come to understand how it might affect the world, and that might in turn inform us about a lot of other things. See, like, there are still even some old school racists around, like 6.5mm Grendel, who's saying Italians aren't white. Like, you know, there's still people around who will say that. So understand that, like, this is a category that, like, expands, contracts, because it's socially constructed. It's not a real thing in the same way, like, you're born in, like, America, you're an American. That's a real thing. But, like, whiteness, it's not really a thing. And I know that might be a hard concept for people to, like, wrap their heads around, but that's why there's an entire college course about whiteness. Because it's a complicated subject. It's a really complicated social construct. And by the way, when we say something is a social construct, that doesn't mean it's not real. It just means that it isn't locked in stone. We didn't find the concept of whiteness buried on written on a tablet buried in the desert. Like, we made it. Same way, like, we made money. And we all just agree that little pieces of paper have value. That's a social construct.
And it's not just there. By the way, we have a whole professor watch list where we go through these elements one by one. And this is in corporate America. Remember, at Coca-Cola, they had an entire diatribe where they said, well, you know, the whiteness is the problem in America, and, you know, it's white culture and all this. Like, hold on a second, time out here. Like, and you have to use the New York Times, not as if there's nothing going on in the world. We got UFOs, we got, you know, Mitch McConnell short-circuiting, we got dead chefs in Martha's Vineyard. Like, there's a lot of stories you could be investigating. No, the New York Times has to go write a hit piece about a 19-year-old college kid who committed the crime of noticing that there's anti-white curriculum being offered. Daniel, stay right there for another segment. I want to talk to you after the break.
Jesus. Sakya Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And yeah, it might be critical to teach some theory about race, perhaps. Indeed. God. Alright, there is actually a part 2 here.
I think that white people are committed to being villains in the aggregate, right? One, I think that white people viscerally fear. It's not that white people don't know, right, what they have done. They know. They fear that there is no other way to be human but the way in which they are human. The thing I want to say to you is we got to take these motherfuckers out.
I could just see her dissertation. We got to take those out. So that's actually a...
Why'd you stop the clip there? Why'd you stop the clip mid-sentence? Why'd you stop the clip mid-sentence?
Rutgers professor. Tell us about the Yale example, because we're digging for that one.
Yeah, so it was a Yale psychiatrist. It was a guest speaker. She spoke at Yale, and she told the audience, it was actually future doctor. These are future doctors she's speaking to. And she told them, I have fantasies of shooting white people in the head. If you Google it, you should find it. I believe Barry Weiss was the one who exposed it, actually. And, you know, as I said in that Fox Business interview, imagine you're a white person, you're in this audience, you're looking around, and everyone is nodding in agreement or not doing anything. And I spent probably a whole day trying to find, okay, did a single Yale student protest? Did a single one complain about it, say anything about it? I couldn't find anything. Now, of course, if you're some right-wing person, you go to Yale, you're going to have a whole protest. You're going to have people demanding the school kick you out. You go to Yale, you say, I want to murder white people. Oh, it's all fine. And again, these are future doctors. So just like that Rutgers professor, imagine the next, I don't know, AOC is in that audience. You're saying, wow, she has a really good point. You get to public office, you're going to start advocating for this stuff. I mean, it's scary.
Yeah, you have a good point
genocide. Yeah, it's what it is.
No, that's the way they're speaking. That's exactly right, Dan. And by the way, it's not an exaggeration, right? You say that, the media loses their mind. Like, okay, let's go a piece of evidence. Quote, I had fantasies of unloading a revolver into the head of any white person that got in my way, burying their body and wiping my bloody hands as I walked away relatively guiltless with a bounce in my step, like I did the world a favor. Continue, Dr. Kilani from Yale continues and says, trying to talk to people, white people, is a, quote, waste of breath. Dr. Kilani, a doctor at Yale University, said, quote, we are asking a demented, violent predator who thinks that they are a saint or a superhero to accept responsibility. Ain't gonna happen. They have 5 holes in their brain. Could you imagine if we talked about another race that way?
I mean, yeah. And, we can say, can you imagine? And I agree with that. But I think it's past the point of, like, whataboutism. I mean, this is sick. I mean, this is totally sick. And the right just needs to be honest about it. The conservative movement needs to just address it head on. This is white genocidal rhetoric. They can call me whatever they want, white, because I know I'm not. I know what's in my heart. And the fact that I go on Fox and I provide a clear-cut example and I say this is white genocide and then they delete the interview a week later, I mean, it's just...
Sorry. I was typing because I wanted to find this article. And I found it. But basically, the university also didn't agree with this talk. So they didn't post the video of her talk. And then they released a statement explaining why. And then when the professor who said those things was asked about it, she said it was a metaphor to evoke emotion. My style of language is different than expressive, with fluidity between conscious and unconscious time, and uses masala, exaggeration, for punch and comedy, she said in an email. It's why we love Richard Pryor, telenovela forms, and rap. I believe it makes this conversation more relatable across generations. She said her statements weren't for shock value, which she called pointless, but for a deeper engagement about race. Her comments about talking to white people about race was about the feeling that way and not acting on it. If I really believed talking to white people was futile, I wouldn't devote my time to writing a series about race and healing our country. starting with the conscious mind of white people. And I'm doing it because I care. Yeah. Kilanani's talk was part of a weekly forum in which faculty members, staffers, and others affiliated with the university gathered to learn and discuss mental health. Her words spread when former New York Times opinion writer and editor Barry Weiss posted an audio recording of the lecture on Substack, a platform where journalists publish their work. And then Sebastian Gorka picked it up. So this was supposed to be a relatively confined, conversation about mental health and engagement, and it escaped containment, essentially. Now, do I think it was in bad taste? Yeah. But also, I'm sorry, but every single time I turn on my stream, I get pretty viscerally violent reactions from a certain segment of the viewership. They usually get promptly banned, but I still see it, and I'm sorry, I'm not going around talking about how this is an indicator of white genocide. That this is just silly nonsense, snowflake shit, really, on the part of these white supremacists. We have one more here. This one's a doozy, and it plays into the whole evangelical belief that trans people are, in fact, possessed by demons. So this is from July 12th of 2023.
There's a very powerful clip of my friend Dennis Prager, who is a religious Jew, who, this, again, part of my discussions on Satan come from this, and he says this, he says, in Jewish tradition, there really is not a belief in a devil. He said, however, the last 2 years, for the first time in my life, I am open to the idea of the diabolical. He said, because there is no other explanation that I can come to the outright, intentional, widespread, repeated, transparent exploitation and suffering of millions of people. Please, Jonathan.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And even quote, secular people and liberal people are actually saying something like, this is demonic. Then what are they doing to children? This doesn't make sense. Well, let me give an idea of cultural. Now, again, I'm not talking about individual here, but cultural possession of a culture. One of the gods I spoke about, the enchantress, had another side to her. And that is that she says, and I put in the book, I put in the ancient Mesopotamian inscription so you can see for yourself. She says, I am a woman, I am a man. It says she has the power to turn a man into a woman and woman to a man. So now this is the same enchantress that begins the sexual revolution. So this couldn't come out at the beginning, but once she starts taking possession of a culture, then it gets to her deeper work. So she is the one who literally turns men into women, women into men. Look what's happening now, Charlie. And, not only that, it says that she masculinizes women, she defeminizes them, she feminizes men in every possible way. But also, she had a priesthood, Charlie, her priests were men who dressed up as women, walked around her temples dressed up as women. Parents would take their children to see the men dressed up as women. Not only that, it's back. And not only that, she
just
also
like Shakespeare
would surgically transition her priests from men into women, literally. So that when you see this, when you turn away from God, it all comes back. And so when you look at it, listen, people, again, who are not even believers will look at this and say, what would possess an adult to do this to a child, to mutilate a child? Well, this would possess them. And the other thing is that we're watching this, back then, remember, Jesus said they come back worse. So back then, she possessed a priesthood. Now she's seeking to possess an entire generation. And not only that, Charlie, but one of the things was, she was in charge of parades. Her parades were basically men parading in the city streets and women parading dressed as the other sex.
The goddess of parades?
She had 1 month of the year where she particularly possessed a culture. You know what it was? It was the month of June. Saint Jerome actually identifies it. And she's called the god of pride, so it's Pride Month. This is not none of this is
really. So what is the citation for all this? I'm not going to ask you privately. I'm just blown away.
Yeah. Well.
Oh my God. Yeah. So trans people have been possessed by the spirit of the Enchantress. Cool story. But sir, this is a Wendy's. Oh god. Oh, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Shakespeare's a lot of women dressed and presenting as men, 12th Night, etc. too. Shakespeare, the original Enchantress. That was, by the way, for those of you asking, Jonathan Kahn, who is like, I guess a self-professed doomsday prophet. So, fun stuff. And now we'll go back to some of his older school racism. Here's Charlie Kirk on June 16th, 2023.
Some of you will be listening to this episode as it airs on Juneteenth. The heck is Juneteenth? It depends who you ask, okay? But let's talk about what it actually is. And we opposed Juneteenth becoming a federal holiday as it happened. And yes, it is the day that it is mandatory to work at Turning Point USA. We're going to talk about it actually on the day. I say we're given multiple days off for our actual Independence Day, July 4th, 1776. Why is Juneteenth a problem? Not because, again, it's so subversive. On its face value, I have no problem with it. I think it's wonderful to say, okay, liberation of slaves, all that good stuff. No.
Well, yeah, no, like that's what it commemorates the end of slavery in the United States, Charlie. No.
The issue is that the entire point of it, as per postmodernists do and deconstructionists, is to subvert July 4th. That has always been the agenda. That there's a Black Independence Day and a National Independence Day. The same way that they have a Black national anthem that plays.
No, it's not. One celebrates the beginning of the country. The other celebrates the end of slavery. They're two different they're in 2 different months.
Before NFL games, that they have Black-only dormitories and Black-only math classes. It is a neo-segregationist federal holiday.
It's a national holiday. Everyone gets to celebrate it.
They're so tricky, aren't they? Because they say, oh, Charlie, you can...
White people can also celebrate the end of slavery. It was a terrible thing.
Against the emancipation of slaves? Of course we're not against that, because that's not what this is about. This is a summertime competitor to create multiple Independence Days to further deteriorate, erode, and destroy the celebration of our actual Independence Day. I tweeted this out in 2021. In 2021, I tweeted out, making Juneteenth a federal holiday isn't about emancipation of slaves. If it was, they would make September 22nd, Emancipation Proclamation Day, a federal holiday. This is about replacing July 4th, just like the 1619 Project is about replacing 1776. Conservatives must reject this.
The 1619 Project was just teaching African American history, bud. The year 1776 was still going to exist. What are you talking about?
So yeah, I mean, if they want to make an Emancipation Day, just make September 22nd a federal holiday. But now we have a full week of Juneteenth festivities. A full week. We have a whole month during Pride Month, and at some point, you got to wonder. And this the end.
Well, also, like, the Emancipation Proclamation was signed on September 22nd, but, like, the end of slavery, like, slavery wasn't finally abolished in all of the states until, like, Texas was liberated. That's why Juneteenth is in June.
The answer to the question is actually very simple. Why do these people need so much celebration? Why do these people need so many rituals? And the answer is super simple. It's because they're not religious. Well, they're religious in their own way, but those of us that go to church, we're part of something. Those of us that, if you're an observant Jew, so if you completely secularize your society, Like, I need to be involved in something. So you just start to create this pagan garbage. You got to wonder what percentage of the population really cares about whole week to Juneteenth. The answer is not many people. I remember one of the criticisms somebody said is, oh, Charlie, you're so angry that there's another federal holiday. Like, oh, you get another day off. It's just a silly argument. We know what happens, and it happened in Tempe last year, and it's going to happen. You see these ridiculous Juneteenth flags start to pop up.
What are you talking about?
They held this a week early because they know it doesn't compete with July 4th. And they can't get close to it. And July 4th is one of the most significant events in human history.
Oh my God. Yeah, so if you found that to be more than a little bit racist, we have one final clip. And it's a doozy. It's from May 19th. Here we go, of 2023. Buckle up.
Despite that, though, a certain video went very viral, and we got a couple questions on this. I want to read this one from Rebecca from Idaho. Charlie, I watch the show every day. I love what you do and how fearless you are. Isn't it racist to call white women Karens? Are they just hurling it as a slur? Did you see what happened in New York City? What's your take on the so-called Karen story from New York City? As a white woman, I'm beginning to get pissed off when I hear it. Would love your thoughts, Rebecca. Okay, so this is somewhat of a complicated story, but it really isn't, okay? So there is a pregnant white woman who worked at a hospital who is going to go, basically in New York City, you're able to rent bikes, okay? So you're able to rent bikes, and this was the last bike of its kind. Last bike there. So she goes to go rent the bike, and halfway through whatever altercation was brewing, there seemed to be a back and forth between a black man and her. It might have been a group of black people, actually. And this video was seen over 40 million times. And the immediate reaction by the Twitterati and the immediate reaction by the social media jihadis is, oh my goodness, look at this white Karen who is in a racist way trying to say, this bike is mine, stay out of the way, black people, and basically bully her, weaponizing her white tears against black men. Seen 40 million times. Well, like so many of these race hoaxes, it turns out that this was a lie. And by the way, Twitter was calling out her name. In fact, one of the Twitterati said, she effing deserves. I hope you never have a moment of peace again. Again, this is a 4-month pregnant woman. Well, it turns out she actually paid for the bike. And something that is common in New York City is that young thugs.
By the way, I believe this story is more complicated than Charlie is making it seem. But again, this story was over 2 years ago.
Will come up and actually, as you rent the bike, push the bike back in. Kind of as a way to troll you, as a way to be like, oh, you paid for it? Well, you
also, nah, I'm sorry. For Catter, like, saying that you have a problem with Juneteenth because Juneteenth like is too close to the 4th of July and you're like you think it's inherently pagan to celebrate the end of slavery in America. Like I don't that's racist. I'm sorry. Like if you are not down to celebrate the end of one of the greatest evils our country systematized, I think that's kind of racist. Yeah, sorry. I think that's pretty racist. Like that's not being like too Christian. Like no, that's just racism. There's no Christian basis for being against celebrating the end of slavery.
Lose all your money type thing. So this white woman gets completely misrepresented. This is a pregnant woman equivalent of Nicholas Sandmann. She got suspended from her job because of this. This is Nicholas Sandmann 2.0. Now, were they trying to hijack her? Were these blacks trying to go rob her? Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. So Tariq Nasheed, who's a bigot and a racist,
just I'm sorry. You can't say the sentence "prowling blacks go around America targeting white people." You know that's a fact, and then you turn and call someone else a virulent bigot and racist. Are you kidding me? Listen to the words coming out of your mouth.
on Twitter says this, and he was the one that really started the race hoax. A suspected white supremacist woman tried to steal a city bike from a black kid after he paid for it. That's a lie. And when him and his friends wouldn't allow her to steal it, she went through all the Karen tactics to try to get black youths hemmed up, screaming for help, fake crying, mayo babbling. Now, to Twitter's credit, they now have a context check on it, where they have the New York Post article that says, actually, the community notes say that's not true. Her lawyer is coming out and saying, no, she actually paid for it, and it's the black youth that was coming to either steal it, rob her, or harm her, harass her, which, of course, we now see a pattern of blacks prowling the streets going to go harass whites. It's happening in Chicago, happens all the time. And they feel as if they're untouchable, right? Look what happened in New York City at the subway. A black schizophrenic homeless person starts threatening people, saying, I'm going to go back to jail, and a white good Samaritan holds him in a chokehold. Tragically, the black guy dies, not a result anybody wanted. And who gets in trouble? The good Samaritan chokehold guy.
Jesus, can a man not just do like a friendly neighborhood choke anymore? According to Charlie Kirk, that's just a good Samaritan act. You know, the act of a good Samaritan. We all know the story of the good Samaritan. Famously, the Samaritan was walking down the street and choked that guy out until he died. That's how the Good Samaritan story goes. He walks by, he sees a guy dying in the gutter, and then he chokes him to death. That's the tale of the Good Samaritan. It's a heartwarming story. Apparently. Going off of context clues from Charlie here.
But now this Tariq guy better be careful, this Tariq Nasheed. I will happily help finance this lawsuit. This guy is the scum of the earth. Where she's now willing to sue anyone to calling her for racist for defamation, and she'll have a much better case than any case that I would have. Every time I go to these lawyers talk about defamation and slander and all that, it's tough because I'm a quote-unquote public figure, so the threshold, she is not a public figure. She's a private figure who paid for a bike, and a group of blacks came to probably terrorize her is what it looks like. And she has her whole reputation ruined. Now, why? Why did this happen? This happened because the audience, the population, you have been conditioned into social justice warrior simulation theory that anytime you see a confrontation, anytime you see let's just say a quarrel, anytime you see an argument, anytime you see something between a white person and a black person, you have been trained, you have been conditioned to believe that it's the white person that is terrorizing the black person. If you thought this video was really what the media told you, do you know that more than 600, is that stat real, Blake? Come on. Is it real? I don't know if that stat is real. We're going to double, okay, I'm going to say it. more than 600 white women a year are murdered by black men. 600 white women a year. Did you know that? By blacks. So 600 white women are murdered by blacks a year. One just happened, was a Hispanic. He might have been half black, doesn't really matter. Here in Scottsdale, young 29-year-old girl walking on a hiking trail, and a trans Hispanic comes and stabs her to death.
This is just straight up white supremacist talking points. Like this is like birth of a nation level. Like, think of the poor white women. Think of the poor white women.
So she had every right to speak out against it. And they're using this slur, and I've never liked the slur of quote-unquote Karen. Now, don't get me wrong. White liberal women, not exactly my favorite group in America. They can be very nasty, especially the Upper East Side types, wine moms, Highland Park, not a fan. They're very nasty towards me. But this is a racial slur of a mom who might care, of a white person who doesn't want to see her bike be stolen. She's a pregnant woman. And she's trying to rent a bike. The viral clip painted the villains as the victims. They want to get to a place where whites can't defend themselves.
Jesus.
Like on the New York subway, if the homeless person would have been a schizophrenic white veteran and a black person would have put them in a chokehold, AOC would have said that person is a hero. They are conditioned to believe white bad, black good, white bad, black good. Our own tribal training plays out in how we analyze this footage. And the same thing, by the way, happened in the Covington Catholic kid situation with Nicholas Sandmann. As soon as you saw Nicholas Sandmann, remember the response from the media with Nicholas Sandmann? Look at that smug, arrogant look. Look at the way he's viewing he's smugly, condescendingly looking at the Native American. When in reality, Native American, whatever, was literally a professional agitator, in his face, and Nicholas Sandmann was just standing there. And if you dared to think anything different, you had to push back against the mass media psyop. And the psyop is really clear. That whites are the ones that are actually walking the streets terrorizing blacks. No, that's not true at all. The Karen slur is attacking white women who believe in being treated respectfully, who want to live in a nice society, and recognize that even when white liberal women are awful, they're trying to get us to accept disgusting behavior by exploiting our distaste for a subtype of white liberal woman. And they also just want to start a race war. The left would love to see a race war. The summer of 2020 was the
and also a race war. Like it's a fucking afterthought going through the Taco Bell drive-thru. I'll take a beefy 5-layer, and like some of the nacho fries and a cheesy roll and a race war.
Beginning stages of what they wanted to try to see create.
Make that a Diablo race war? You gotta do that volcano
Karen
race
emailed
war?
us. She said, Charlie, it's time for the Karen name calling to stop. I cringe when someone asks me for my name. That's sad. You did nothing wrong. It's like a mass discrimination. Could you imagine if we did that? And we should not do this, by the way. Let me just be very clear. We should not do this. We should not be like, well, you're acting like a Trayvon. Could you imagine? Don't do that. That's bad. Could you imagine the stereotyping? That's the equivalent. Oh, you're a Shaniqua.
Yeah. This famously doesn't happen. Oh, wait, it does? Racists and white supremacists do this, like, literally all the time?
Can't do that. You know, if that makes you cringe, that's exactly what they're doing with the name Karen. Exactly what they're doing. They are mislabeling an entire racial group for something they did not do to try to create a prejudice. Could you imagine? Do we need to resuscitate Ryan? Is he on the ground?
Does he need a resuscitation? Is he on the ground? Jesus. So, that's Charlie Kirk in his own words. You know, it took us a long time, but that's Charlie Kirk in his own words, folks. And I hope that this was valuable in some way. Yeah, just a super cool guy. But when we are talking about who this man was, and when people ask you, "Oh, I've never seen anything that he said that was bad," because somehow they got siloed into a place where the only thing they saw from him was milquetoast motivational speaking and like evangelical youth pastoring. And maybe they're not super politically plugged in, so they're not picking up the dog whistles he's laying down. I feel like you could show them some of these. You know, I feel like some of these might actually break through to folks who don't understand the kinds of things this man advocated for, or stood for, or did. And I think more people should know that. More people should know what he stood for. Because there is a certain degree of valorizing in the media right now that is trying to make him into something that he was not. So we're morally obligated to actively mourn the loss of Charlie Kirk? No. I feel like you should be able to arrive at the correct conclusion, which is that you owe no one your tears. But I want people to remember him accurately. I don't want people walking around thinking, "Oh, this is just like a super cuddly bear of a man who just loved his kids and, like, you know, put his pants on one leg at a time, just like any one of us." Like, this man got up every day to spread hatred, division, and discord. That was his job. So, I want people to understand who he was. And that's why I put all that together and talked about this for 4 hours straight. Because I think it's that important. And I don't know, hopefully if you meet someone and they don't understand who this man was or what he stood for, you can show them some of these, or I'll link all of them in the description of this video, every single clip that I used. And you can even show them just each individual clip if you want, and don't want to show them this long slog of a video. So, I saw comments as we were going through that, man, this was even worse than I thought he was. And yeah, he's pretty bad. And they're trying to make him a national figure. the liberal mainstream media establishment is complicit with this martyrdom that is unfolding before us. And, like, the lionizing is disgusting to me. Just disgusting. So, I think that about sums up everything I have to say on this particular segment. I know this involved a lot of mental damage for a lot of folks. If you stuck through the entire thing, good on ya. And remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Dude, click the buttons. Do the things to help the show. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And thank y'all for watching this long thing. Yeah. Oof. Rest in piss. So, folks, there we go. Finished this entire thing. But now I can talk to all of you. Now I can turn on text to speech again. How about them apples? You guys like text to speech, don't you? All the kids like text to speech these days. Wowee. Here, let me turn it on over here too. There we go. Nailed it. You were so funny. Thank you. I do my best to make this show entertaining. Whew. This was my post-workout recovery time. Perfect timing while I sit in my recliner and heal. Oh, good on ya, Joe Simpson. I'm hopefully going to be able to resume my exercising regimen soon, because I've been off of it for a bit while I finish my move. Now, for those of you who are here for the live stream, again, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. I'm going to read donos in a second. And after that, I'm going to take a quick break so I can go use the bathroom. And then I will be back and we will talk about some of the other stories of the day. Because, believe it or not, I prepped a lot more show, so we are nowhere near done. With that being said, let's take a look at some of these donos. Also, and I know someone redeemed an oh mommy earlier. Brace yourselves. Oh mommy. There you go. Nailed it. Do you even lift? I do lift. I used to lift a lot, and now I lift considerably less, but I use primarily free weights. My weights are actually like right there, but they're not easily accessible. Wasn't ready. Am on my back now. Help. Tone shift? Hey, you know, a little tone shift here and there. Thank you so much for educating my roommate and many others on his evil. It's greatly appreciated. My roommate is stunned. Well, I'm happy to be of assistance, Quirky Nico. I haven't redeemed it because of the location. Once I'm in my new office van, Briggs, we'll do like a lifting stream to get me back into the swing of it. Let's see here. All right, gonna read some dono messages. Gonna start with the riverboat.gg messages. Let's see. Young Black Economist, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'm so broke right now. Only $50 in my account, but I have to sub.
Properly representing who Charlie was using his own words seems like a pain in the neck.
Damn. And yes, it was. It took a long time to prep that. Thank you. I'm really glad you all appreciate it, because it was not fun to prep today. Do you need help? I assume some sort of text-to-speech? Nani? Muscle mommies are hot. Look, my goal is to be ripped this coming summer. Okay, I'm gonna do my best. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. And folks, remember, this show is all brought to you by viewers like you. I literally could not do this stream unless you guys drop those subs and donos and such. You guys make this show possible. I don't have any other sponsors or donors or behind-the-scenes funders or anything like that. And if I ever get any, I'll tell you about them and be transparent about it. But, like, usually it will involve Raid Shadow Legends, and you'll know about it. It'll be loud, but I did that once or twice, and I don't think I'll do that again. Let's see. Yes, Young Black Economist, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'm so broke right now, only $50 in my account, but I have to sub. I appreciate you so much, Jack. You are true ally to black people. Thank you so much. Well, I appreciate that, Young Black Economist, but also, please don't put yourself in a really sticky situation on my account. But I do appreciate the tier 1 sub. Let's see. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs earlier with the link to that commercial. Nine-Tailed Witch, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Imagine Biden hosting an episode of Come Town in the Oval Office. Just... I can't do it. My brain won't work like that. Lily Love Stuff, thank you for the $5 dono. Why do I just know if there's someone speaking Siksika, he would have a problem with that? Like, it's not a language that predates English on this continent? I actually don't know what that is. I would love to learn more. Let's see. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. It might be critical to teach some theory about race, perhaps. Yeah, you know, a lot of this did kind of boil down to these kids would be angry if they could read.
Riverboat Jack knows it's not easy being cheesy, because only someone cheesy could be that shredded.
It's true. Thank you. Thank you for the $5 dono, Pluvius. Very appreciated. Let's see here. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Shakespeare had a lot of women dressed and presenting as men, 12th Night, etc. too. Indeed. Clearly, the Enchantress in disguise. You know, they went through a lot of theories about who the real Shakespeare was, but they never considered the Enchantress. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Yes, the Upper East Side, famously a region that is not racist, not one that voted for Cuomo over Mommy Dami, indeed. All right, and taking a look over here at YouTube. Let's take a look here. All right. $2 Garage. Issue is the right has already hijacked the narrative. Many independents will see he was a lefty 20 times and roll with it. We lost the narrative. I don't believe in accepting defeat. I'm going to keep on doing my thing. Abzu, thank you for the $10 super chat. Unrelated, it's almost holiday season. We need to make a big fuss about the GOP's war on Christmas. Agreed. That is just very, very, like, politically, tactically sound. Freedom Evie, thank you for gifting a sub to Van Briggs. Very kind of you over on Twitch. Brutus Magnuson, this whole thing is undoubtedly bad in many, many ways. However, the silver lining is we could turn this into a victory if we show who he really was. Hopefully I did just that. Chris Huggins, thank you for being a member for 15 months. I learned more about Charlie Kirk in the last week than I ever knew. I'm so sorry. Marie Gian Greco, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. God's Sinner, thank you for the $5 super chat. Just stop by to say y'all are braver than me to listen to this. Have a good stream. Love y'all, chat. Thank you very much. Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $5 super chat. Love how he cut out the clip where they said the solution was better education of the social services for rural people and not to the gulag. Well, you know, they have to fill in those gaps to the gulag. Otherwise, it just makes it sound like the people who want better education are the good guys. Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $5 super chat. The William Penn statue wasn't even about politics. They were rehabbing the park and just moved the statue somewhere else to make a new exhibit. Holy shit. These people are like the softest, tenderest headed babies. Let's normalize violence to lessen violence. That is basically the general thrust of his rhetoric. Was the general thrust of his rhetoric. Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $2 super chat. Christians Against Dinosaurs, thank you for the €5, I think? Memory Unit, thank you for the $2 super chat. One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hello, I'm out of the hospital. Congrats. I'm happy to be back home. Just saying hello and dropping some cash. Very, very much appreciated. Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $5 super chat. If I was a violent racist, I would say I want to do X, Y, and Z. You want to do X, Y, and Z? Racist. Indeed. Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the additional $2 super chat. Thanksgiving is a conspiracy to destroy Christmas. I mean, that is basically what he was trying to argue about Juneteenth, right? Right? Like, it's just like, yes, pagan worship of turkey meat. I see. You sacrifice a turkey to the pagan gods. Balthazar228, thank you for the $10 super chat. The 90s school classrooms called. They want their projection back. Oof. Oof, I remember those machines. They were so good. God.
Some babies are born with soft spots or only partial soft spots, and that's more of a problem for the baby. I was one of those babies.
Wait, how is only having a partial soft spot a problem for the baby? I gotta be honest. Soft spots on baby heads freak me out. The fact that like so many babies are born with just like an instant death button, that seems like a poor design. Would not incorporate into the final one. No, it makes sense. I just don't like it. I don't like that after it's out in the world, like it just has a death button. Do better, babies. Yeah. Like we need a better kind of baby. I'm officially canceling babies on this week's stream. All right, folks, I will be back in about 10-ish minutes, 15 minutes. I'll leave you with some tunes, but I gotta go use the bathroom. So I will BRB when I get back. We'll talk about some of the fashy moves that are happening right now. We'll talk about some of the wild news of the day. Don't y'all go anywhere. BRB.
was in 1859 that John Brown led a little band of men against the arsenal at Harper's Ferry. John Brown's pitiful little army was crushed, and John Brown himself was captured. When the commanding officer, Colonel Robert E. Lee, asked John Brown what was his purpose, Brown replied, "My purpose, sir, is to free the slaves." "By whose authority?" asked Robert E. Lee. And John Brown answered, "By the authority of Almighty God." John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. John Brown died that the slaves might be freed. John Brown died that the slaves might be free. John Brown died that the slaves might be free, and his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on. He captured Harper's Ferry with his 19 men so true. He frightened old Virginia till she trembled through and through. They hung him for a traitor, themselves the traitor crew, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord, and his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. 2 years after John Brown was hanged, Julia Ward Howe sat in her hotel room in Washington, listening to the regiment sing John Brown's body as they marched to the front. From her windows, she could see the campfires of the Union Army, and as she watched them, a poem began to form in her mind. My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. "53 years after Julia Ward Howe wrote the battle hymn of the Republic, Ralph Chaplin, a poet, artist and organizer for the industrial workers of the world, wrote Solidarity Forever. The idea had come to him while he was in West Virginia, helping the coal miners during one of their great strikes. Chaplin said, "I wanted a song to be full of revolutionary fervor and to have a chorus that was singing and defiant. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single reel could turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed the power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. We've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the skies will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions will refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. Howdy, 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 folks. The new students, go check them out. Hippie clap, indeed. Howdy, folks. Certified banger, indeed, indeed, indeed. Okay, so we have a problem, or rather, I have a problem. Wait, earlier today, my girlfriend spoke how well you can sing. So thank you for the previous segment. I had my hands full earlier. You're very welcome, Kitsune Cavalier, and thank you to your girlfriend for the very kind compliment. I have a problem, and that is that too much is happening, right? And so I'm having difficulty figuring out what to focus on at the moment, right? I have like several stories. I'm thinking I do one larger story that's going to take up the rest of tonight. And then I do some of the smaller ones kind of rapid fire tomorrow. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards today. Spinny wheel thingy? No, the spinny wheel thingy is for a new day. That's for the brain rot. That's for the brain rot pain. I have some leftover brownies and some soda. I mean, I would prefer some milk with brownies, if you got any milk. Maybe we need a PowerPoint? Maybe indeed. All right. Driving me a bit crazy that the shooter may have had a trans lover. They're going to treat it like this kid was corrupted. As far as I can tell, there's genuinely no evidence that, like, the shooter's roommate was trans. Like, from what I can tell, the evidence is that there's like a video on one of their TikToks where like an AI filter turned them into like an anime girl. Yeah, the governor said it on live TV, but like genuinely I haven't seen anything to substantiate that. Like no one who knew them says it. Like they're trying to like make some wild leaps, and I don't think there's any evidence to substantiate it. It's not like chuds care about evidence. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's important whether or not they're just fabricating it or it's true, you know? I mean, we are going to have to deal with it either way. True. But, like, dealing with it and it being untrue is... I don't know. I think that's better for us. The Kitsune Cavalier, genuinely, that is the only thing that I've been able to find. Also, they're going to have a devil of a time trying to, like,
oh man, the trans roommate radicalized him. And that roommate is fully cooperating with authorities. Like, let me put it this way, guys. If they had better evidence of left-wing ideology radicalizing this shooter, they would be releasing it immediately. Yeah, it would be everywhere. It would be the one thing they would talk about all the time. And so I'm just kind of like, I don't think they have anything. I saw someone today say the shooter was being ideologically uncooperative and demographically uncooperative. Hey, Germ. That's why they trickled out trans bullets rather than saying what the bullet said. Yeah, that and the fact that, like, I'm pretty sure their investigative powers have no idea what the fuck, like, Channer speak is, you know? Like, no one's prepared for, like, the 4chan femboy discussion. All right. Oh, you know what? Let's do something wholesome. Let's do a little wholesome kind of palate cleanser. Okay? Just do you guys want a wholesome palate cleanser? I think you guys want a wholesome palate cleanser before we jump into the next one, okay? So, I think one of the things that we really need in lefty spaces, we need more, like, dudes to look up to. You know, like, just dudes. Like, good dudes, you know? Like, we need more good dudes. Like, good, not shitty dudes who are just, like, solid good dudes. You know? And, I think I have one to nominate. And, you know, I don't know anything about him other than this one clip, but this clip radiates good dude energy, you know? And here you go. It's from a TikTok user named Not Bad Dan, which is important because there are a lot of bad Dans out there. You need to get the not bad one.
A lot of self-help stuff geared towards guys is like, cut out your friends if they don't help you achieve your goals. And I don't know how to put this more simply to you. Friends is the goal. Hanging out with your buddies is not a distraction. It is the cornerstone of life. Napoleon was able to conquer all that land because he didn't let friends distract him. No, man, Napoleon conquered all that land because he didn't have enough friends to hang out with. I guarantee if you get me, Napoleon, and 5 guys in a Buffalo Wild Wings, by the end of it, he'll be like, this is way better than the Iberian Peninsula. Oh, but hanging out with your friends will get in the way of you making $1 billion. Hey, man, stop being weird. You can come to Buffalo Wild Wings, but don't say stuff like that because you're freaking people out. We are all at a table daring Rob to take his shirt off, and if he gets another IPA in him, he might do it. So when I hear weird influencers be like, you shouldn't be happy until you make $10 million, I'm always like, brother, what are you ordering at Buffalo Wild Wings?
Dude, like, am I wrong? Was his good dude energy not off the charts? We just need more good dudes. Napoleon loves water slides and hot wings. What was the name of that Sunday? Was it like the Piggy Wiggy or something? I can't remember the reference. Also, his arms are massive. And I think that's part of what we need in our good dude influencers. You know? It's not a necessary requirement, but I think that it does help. The Ziggy Piggy. Thank you, Hellbound Hillbilly. You understand. And Kitsune Cavalier, you also got it. It's weird to me, but I guess a lot of people don't grow up with strong friend relationships. It's true. Like, I don't have a ton of friends IRL, and largely it's just because I do not have time. Like, I'm constantly grinding, but like, friends is the goal. He's not wrong. You know, like, I dream of a time when I do not have to grind and work so hard in order to make like ends meet and like do okay, and I can like do some D&D. You know? So he's not wrong. Friends is the goal. Also, Buffalo Wild Wings fucks. I need to go there sometime soon. That being said, that's your palate cleanser, okay? That's a lie. I had one more palate cleanser. I forgot about this one. I just think this is funny. This is genuinely just good stuff. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Here, what is this? Oh, sound.
Volume up. Did you know that this sound isn't a dolphin?
What?
This isn't a monkey? This isn't a bald eagle.
What?
And this isn't a lion. The dolphin and monkey are actually kookaburras. The monkey was pitched down while the dolphin was pitched up. This stock sound effect is a dolphin. And this stock sound effect is a monkey. Well, kind of. It's actually a gibbon called a siamang, or siamang. As for the eagle, some of you might know this is actually a red-tailed hawk scream. Real bald eagles sound like this. Dude, the truth had to come out. Most lion roars that you hear in movies are actually tiger snarls. They make those noises when they're mad. Weirdly enough, lions can make noises like that. It's just the recording is usually a tiger. But anyway, real lion roars sound like this. You might have heard this sound a lot too. This is a mountain lion. And while we're at it, this is a raccoon sound. But it's often used for other animals like opossums and otters. It's kind of the generic woodland critter sound. Want to know why we think all frogs go ribbit? I made a video about that. The link is in the description. So what animal and nature stuff should I cover next? Follow me and let me know down below.
That's pretty cute. Thank you for educating all of us, Sake Tanuki. Also, here's the thing I was going to show you guys.
Smart people don't like me, you know, and they don't like what we talk about.
I mean, like, way to just publicize your dunk, you know? He just came right out and said it. Smart people don't like me, and then the entire room laughed because they all like him. Like, do you guys not see how you just like he owned everyone in the room with that, and he didn't even realize it. Oh god, I'm sorry, we're gonna watch that one more time.
Smart people don't like me, you know, and they don't like what we talk about.
Jesus Christ. Dumb people have their moments. Yeah, the sun even shines on a dog's ass. God.
Another animal fun fact.
I like animal fun facts. If you guys keep if you guys keep donoing, I'm fine with the rest of the stream being animal fun facts. Oh no.
Rat is this. The rats are all like this. The rat goes like this. So the rat's like this. The normal rat is like this. That's the normal rat. Like this, like this. It sniffs. It's like this for quite a while. He's like this. And then maybe he sniffs. You are now a normal rat.
Also,
yes. So,
okay, real talk though. The disturbing part about this is that I know of the furries here, I'm gonna be generous and say 60. No, I'm gonna be generous. 65% of you guys would be attracted to this drawing of a rat man. Okay, of the furries in here, I'm guessing that percentage. Yeah, that's right. I've called out some of you. I've called out some of you. I prefer him as a rat.
is this. The rats are all like this. The rat goes like this. So the rat's like this. The normal rat is like this. That's the normal rat.
If this was a character in Beastars, you all would have looked at a bunch of Rule 34 of this man.
Like this, like this. It sniffs. It's like this for
What's
quite a while.
furry?
He's like
Oh,
this.
that's cute.
And then maybe he sniffs. You are now a normal rat.
You're all normal rats now. I accidentally clicked on a Jonathan Young music video. Rat. He escaped the sewers. Containment breach. Boom, boom, boom. Curtis tried to warn us. We'll have to flood Manhattan. Get the president out. Turns into Escape from New York. But for Ratman. Samus, did you just add a female's emote? Is that Quark from Star Trek Deep Space Nine? Did you just add an emote of Quark from Deep Space Nine into my chat? I like it. Thank you. Oh god. My nomination for Good Dude?
My nomination for Good Dude.
Okay.
Transgender identifying individuals are the single most likely demographic group in the entire country to commit deadly mass shootings that cause 4 or more fatalities. And that's why this graph, which was posted yesterday by one of the big data accounts,
It's been disqualified. That's one of the worst dudes.
on X.
Now you might be wondering to yourself, why?
Oh, this is a different dude. Okay. I'll allow it.
Would someone like Matt Walsh, with a team that could research this, be relying on a random chart from X with no citations? And the answer is, of course, because he's a fucking liar. According to the Gun Violence Archive, of the 5,729 mass shootings of 4 or more people over the past 12 years, which is a terrifying statistic in and of itself, only 5 were committed by transgender people. That means that per capita, trans people are disproportionately less likely to commit mass shootings compared to people that look like you and I, man. In fact, we are 3.3 times more likely to be the face you see behind that gun. So why would a show like Matt Walsh's share such a staggeringly wrong number when it took me on my phone less than 5 minutes to find these stats? Because they don't actually care about the victims of gun violence. They just hate trans people, and they're relying on their audience being stupid enough to just nod along and not fact check them.
Transgender identifying individuals.
It's true. Hell yeah. Pluvius, that is one good dude. Do they make videos too? Ooh, they do make videos. Well, I will check out this channel more. Thank you very much for putting this good dude on my radar. All right. With that being said, I'm gonna spoil you rotten when I get money. Aw, thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate it. And folks, you guys ready for a segment? You guys ready for a segment? Yo, you ready for a segment though? Seggy time? No, why? Okay, alright, cool. Love segments, no more suffering. We gotta suffer, you know? Alright. Here we go. So, folks, we are in a pretty scary time when it comes to the rhetoric coming out of the current administration. In the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, we're seeing a lot of threats of going after folks on the left, liberals in the establishment, academics, etc. There's been a wave of firings. There's people losing their jobs. People are being harassed. People are being threatened. People are being doxxed. You know, it's not a great time, especially considering we're talking about folks in the government coordinating and leading some of these actions, right? And I just want to, before we go into this, because I know that this is going to be a worrisome segment for a lot of folks, I want you all to sit down and ask yourselves, are these the actions of an administration that is powerful? Or are these the actions of an administration that is desperate and knows that it's kind of like reaching some limitations? And I would argue it is the latter, right? Because when I look at what they're doing here, it is scary. And I don't mean to downplay the scariness of what's happening, but it does indicate to me a lack of institutional ability to do the scariest things. And I think that that is a good sign. So while we are talking about and are going to talk about some very scary stuff, I do want to preface all of that by saying I think these are the actions of desperate men. I think that they know that we, the people, have the ability to organize and to like actually be able to defend ourselves and stand up for ourselves. And I think that these are the actions of people who are severely overplaying their hand when it comes to how much power they actually have versus how much power they wish they had. Okay? And I think that realization today helped me a lot. And I hope it helps you guys a lot too. Because I want to now turn to what happened earlier today, which is that the Charlie Kirk show went live again. And on today's show, it was hosted by J.D. Vance. And it featured a wide variety of guests. It featured clips from Charlie Kirk's debates. And I wanted to play a couple of the segments from this show today because it's it's something.
Jurassic Park would definitely not have sounded as epic.
Well, I really love Jurassic Park, so I gotta click on this link. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. What is this? This is an 8-minute long video, though. I will check. Wait, I want to know Velociraptor sound. That's cool. I'm gonna watch the rest of this extensively. Thank you for sharing it with us, Sake. All right, but let's jump into this. All right. We're gonna watch the introductory segment, his interview with Miller, and then the outro.
From every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not, you found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Hey everybody, JD Vance here, live from my office in the White House complex and filling in for somebody who cannot be filled in for, but I'm going to try to do my best, my dear friend, the great Charlie Kirk. The last several days have been extremely hard for our country. They've been hard for me, hard for my family, hard for the countless.
It is absolutely insane to watch this. Like you're filling in for a talk show host, and you're broadcasting from the White House. Like, okay. Again, the veneration that has been done to this propagandist, and make no mistake, like Charlie Kirk was a propaganda arm of like big oil folks. I forget which family it was. Oh, the McCoys. That's right. Yeah. Wait, no, not McCoy. Who was it?
JD Vance had to host from his office in the White House because nobody was going to let him near Charlie Kirk's furniture.
It's true. Knifeiest Duck, thank you for the $5 dono. Who was this? Oh, here we go. Oh, just like a handful of like folks funded specifically the Blexit arm. I'll look through this in a while. There are also some ties to the Koch brothers. I'll get you a better idea of it in the future.
People in this building who knew and loved Charlie Kirk, and of course, they've been hardest most of all for his darling wife, Erica, and their 2 beautiful children. The thing is, every single person in this building, we owe something to Charlie. He was a joyful warrior for our country. He loved America. He devoted himself tirelessly to making our country a better place. He was a critical part of getting Donald Trump elected as president, getting me elected as vice president. And so much of our success over the last 7 months is due to his efforts, his staffing, his support, and his friendship. Now, I don't think that I'm alone in saying that Charlie was the smartest political operative I ever met. Everyone knew him as this fearless debater. This
Can we like take a moment to be like, we're We're doing all this for someone you're openly admitting was a political operative? That's crazy.
If Trump does, they are so fucked. Riz black hole.
I mean, it's true. If Trump goes, like, this man has no charisma whatsoever.
Guy who would take the conservative message into hostile places and inspire younger generations to have courage. One thing that's hit a lot of those young Americans over the last week was how Charlie was there for them when others were not. When they were afraid to speak their minds, when they were afraid of what a professor would say, when they were afraid that they would be shouted down by their peers, Charlie was there, showing them that they could be courageous and that they could be bold. Charlie was a visionary. He was a luminary. He brought together people. He didn't just teach people how to speak. He didn't just teach people what to say. He didn't just teach people they could actually speak their mind on campus. He created a whole social network for an entire generation of young people. I know people who met their husband, who met their wife, who met the best man at their wedding at a TPUSA event. Because as you guys all know, it's not just about speaking our mind, it's about making friends along the way and creating that support network that won an election and that staffed the current federal government. I owe so much to Charlie.
That's really weird. It should be really bizarre that this organization is staffing the federal government. This unelected group of people, like, he's just going out there and saying it. It is bizarre. This entire endeavor is wild.
I've had friends reach out in just the last couple of days who sent me messages, screenshots that they exchanged with Charlie in the run-up to me getting selected by the president as his vice presidential running mate. And it's such an honor to have people show me that Charlie said, we want JD to be the VP nominee. And I just had a conversation with the president, and I think things are actually going well. I think he's actually going to choose JD Vance. Do you know what it means to me that such a good guy, such a good friend, such a lion and visionary of our movement was advocating for me? So I wanted to use this show.
Fun fact, everyone. A lot of folks don't know who the biggest donors to Turning Point USA were. It made $55 million in 2020. Half of which came from 10 anonymous people.
Today, to advocate for Charlie, to talk about him, to talk about what kind of a guy he was, to talk about what kind of a man he was, what kind of a husband and father he was, and to take people, most of them from inside the administration, but some of them from without, who knew Charlie best, and to talk about what he meant to them, what he meant to this administration, and what he meant to the conservative movement. Now, I was very honored a couple of days ago on September the 11th, 2025, to fly out to Utah, where Charlie was shot and killed.
Well, we know Turning Point USA has dealings with the fossil fuel industry, with the Koch brothers. It's mostly just we don't know for sure because it accepts dark political money.
To meet his wife, to meet his mom and his dad, his sister, all just incredible people who didn't deserve to have this happen to them. And I was also honored to be able to take Charlie's remains from Utah to Arizona. It was an amazing, amazing thing. It was heartbreaking, and it was sad, and it was terrible. But what an honor it was for me and my family to be welcomed in to the Kirk inner circle at their moment of grief.
That's such a... dude, it's such a weird way of phrasing it. Like, it was an amazing thing to bring... man, the vibes and, like, the emotional read on this entire thing is incredibly weird. It was so amazing to escort his corpse. Like, what, dude, what?
There are a few things that I want to talk about just from that moment. First of all, when I first met Erica, his lovely wife, and such an incredibly brave soul. I'm not sure if you saw her remarks after Charlie died. If you haven't, I would encourage you to go and see them, because you see this raw grief and incredible courage all in the same moment. And that's what we need right now. We need to grieve, but we also need this courage in this moment more than we've ever needed it. She gave me a hug, and she was heartbroken, as of course she would be, and she said that she loved him so much. And I said, Erica, he loved you so much. He died way too young, but he died a happy man because of you, because of the family that you gave him, because of the home and the life that you guys had built together. And we sat for about an hour and we talked about Charlie. And, you know, in these moments, you don't know what to say. I'm a person who literally speaks for a living, and I had no idea what to say. And I didn't try to console.
Oh man, JD Vance had no idea what to say. I can't. You mean this guy who just so smoothly orders donuts? Had no idea what to say in an even higher stakes social interaction? I'm shocked.
Because how can you console a person who just lost a loving husband and father? But we just talked about Charlie. We talked about who he was. We talked about some of our favorite stories. We talked about some of his idiosyncrasies and all the things that made Charlie Kirk who he was. And she said something to me that I will never forget. My wife was there. It was just me and my wife on my side, and then a lot of people from the Turning Point's family, a lot of people from Charlie's family. And she said to me that Charlie never raised his voice, that he never cussed at her, that he was never cross or mean-spirited to her. And look, I'm a husband. I'm proud of being a husband. I think that on the great balance of things that I'm a pretty good husband, but I can never say that I was never unpleasant with my wife. I can never say that I've never raised my voice to my wife. Like most husbands, even the good ones, we're sometimes imperfect. And
dude, you should not be hosting a show. Like I am very uncomfortable now.
I took from that moment.
You guys see what I mean when I say, like, if this guy was president, like, there's no way he'd be able to hold together the Republican coalition.
That I needed to be a better husband, and I needed to be a better father. Because of all these moments that I shared just in the last few days, the books that I've read to my kids, going up to their bedroom and kissing them and hugging them before bed, I just realized that all of these moments that I get to have, Charlie is not able to have them anymore. And Charlie's kids and his beautiful wife are not able to have them anymore. And maybe the best way that I can contribute and the best way that I can honor my dear friend is to be the best husband that I can be, to be the kind of husband to my wife that he was to his. You know, we talked all the time about the most important thing you could do is not vote for a particular candidate. It was to become, if you were a young man, a husband and a father. He talked about the joy that came from fatherhood, the joy that came from raising a family and being part of their growth and their development and all the incredible things that happen when you get to be a husband and father. And that is the way that I'm going to honor my friend, is to be the very best at that most important job that I can be. But that's not the only way that I'm going to honor Charlie. And there's going to be a lot of discussion over the next 2 hours of this radio program about what exactly that looks like.
Wait, I'm sorry, you think this is a radio program? JD, you're not old. You know what the internet is. You know this isn't a fucking radio show. You know that this isn't playing out over the phonographs of America?
It's important, and Erica asked me this, to make sure that his movement, the movement that Charlie started, it has to keep going. We have to build upon it. We have to add to it. We have to make sure that the next generation of young people feels confident and courageous to speak their mind and to speak the truth. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about why do we do this. Of course, we do this so that we can enact good public policy and take back our country. We're going to talk with senior officials in the administration about what we're trying to do to honor Charlie's legacy in that way. Of course, we have to make sure that the killer is brought to justice, and importantly, we have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years, and I believe is part of the reason why Charlie was killed by an assassin's bullet. We're going to talk about how to dismantle that and how to bring real unity that can only come when we tell the truth and everybody knows that they can speak their mind about the issues of the day.
We're gonna bring unity and truth and let everyone know that they can speak their mind, and we're gonna let them know that they can speak their mind by arresting them for saying the wrong thing. Like, Jesus, the vibes are so rancid. Also, there's literally no evidence that I have seen thus far, and I've been paying close attention, that the shooter was left-wing. I haven't seen any of this evidence. I've seen evidence that indicates he was very connected with, like, Groyper culture, with, like, Nick Fuentes culture. But,
We have to make sure his assassin is brought to justice. But first, here's a word from our sponsor. Asterisk, 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 enlargement pills.
Oh, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Are they gonna run an AI ad of Charlie? Because Charlie was running AI ads of himself before his show, and periodically throughout his show. Are they gonna do that? Oh God, I hope not. I hope not.
Without being cut down by a murderer's gun. We're going to talk about all of those things with friends of Charlie, with people in the administration, with people that he knew. You know, on a podcast a couple of months back, Charlie was asked about how he'd want to be remembered if he died. His answer, I want to be remembered for courage, for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith, and that was Charlie. And in this dark moment for our country, I think that's the greatest lesson any of us can take from Charlie. To have faith in the Lord, and to be bold in how we glorify him. To be bold in our pursuits as Charlie was in his. So that's what we're going to spend a little bit of time doing this afternoon. Keeping this incredible show he created going and hearing from some of the people who were so fortunate to call Charlie a friend. We're going to pay tribute to his courageous legacy, and we're going to commit to keep it forever alive. I'm looking forward to this. Join us.
Jesus. This really is their Reichstag fire. So, I think they really want it to be their Reichstag fire. I don't know if it's actually gonna. I don't know if they have the juice for it. You know, like I don't know that they can actually handle what they're doing here. And maybe we'll get to it here in a bit. We're gonna jump ahead to maybe the hardest portion of this to watch, which is, of course, with Stephen Miller. Just an absolute utter ghoul. So maybe we'll get to the point I want to make here. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, Lady Raincloud. They're really fucking stupid. And if the facts of the case aligned themselves in the way they want them to, they would be going 10 times harder on this. But I think they're kind of desperate, and I think they jumped the gun because they have initial reports that don't align with where they want this to go, and so they're trying to get ahead of it. That's my read. It's not, locked in stone or anything, but I don't think they're getting what they want out of this case, unfortunately. For them. Fortunately for us, unfortunately for them.
Vice President J.D. Vance. Joining me now is Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff, dear friend of mine, and dear friend of Charlie Kirk's. And before I get into the nitty-gritty of what I want to talk with Stephen about, there's a lot of questions about the investigation, where we are in the investigation. I want to be respectful to the FBI's process, but just know that we are on top of this, and the entire administration is trying to do as much as possible to find everything that we can about what led to this, about how we got here, and of course, ultimately, how an assassin took Charlie's life. I wanted to zoom out with Stephen a little bit and talk about...
Stephen Miller really does look like an escaped war boy from, Mad Max, Fury Road. God.
All of the ways that we're trying to figure out how to prevent this festering violence that you see on the far left from becoming even more and more mainstream. And before I do that, Stephen, I want to do this with every guest because you're a friend of Charlie's, and one of the things I'm hoping that people get out of this is
I do wonder if they have to, like, choose the shots and angles when it comes to J.D. Vance that are not going to show him in frame with a couch. I bet that's a decision that they have to make around all of the PR appearances he makes, and I think that's really funny.
Understanding for the kind of guy that Charlie was, who he was. And so before I talk to you about what we're doing to try to prevent something like this from happening again, maybe you could just talk about why you love Charlie, what memories you have of him, something that would give our audience a sense of what he was behind the microphone.
Yeah. I've known Charlie for 10 years. He was a treasured friend. And, it's going to sound... He made you believe more in yourself, is the best way I could put that.
That's right.
He was...
I'm sorry, wait, he knew you for 10 years? Oh my god. I mean, no wonder they got along so well. Like, I'm sure, like, Charlie loved everything that Stephen Miller stands for.
He made you believe more in yourself, is the best way I could put that.
That's right.
He was your biggest cheerleader. He would, if I was working on a hard project, an important executive order...
No, T.I., that's giving Stephen Miller way too much credit. Stephen Miller is not a smart man. Stephen Miller is just, like, a hateful ideologue. Stephen Miller is just, like, someone who is fueled completely and utterly by hatred. And, like, that's all he's got going for him. And he knows that. And he's just smart enough to be able to find a place where that kind of hatred is fostered.
Major new initiative. He would give me the strength and the focus to get it done.
That's right.
He was everybody's supporter, enthusiast, cheerleader, promoter. He made all of us better every single day. The memory that I keep turning to is not a single memory. It's a period of a couple months.
I'm not gonna lie, there's something really uncanny about this photograph where it kind of looks like it's just 3 cardboard cutouts standing right next to each other. And I don't know how to put my finger on that. I don't know why it comes across like that to me, but like it looks really bad.
After we won the election, and Charlie was in the campaign or the transition office every single day. And from dawn till dusk, volunteering his time to get into the weeds, the nitty-gritty of government. And he was so damn excited. I mean, it really hurts to think about it right now. He was so excited about all of us being here. And we would be talking about every executive order, every new regulation, every new policy plan. It was such a thrill for me to get to spend a few months of my life, because he came from the nonprofit, the activist world. I came from the government world. And in this transition, to be able to work hand in hand, take all of his ideas from being the leader of TPUSA.
Man, you're getting real familiar with that hand motion there, Miller.
Spending time with college students, spending time with activists, and then be able to be with us at the transition to plan out the next step of our government. That was an experience for which I will always be grateful. And the last thing I'll say is that, to my earlier point, Charlie would send me messages all the time, just saying, great work, or here's a new idea, or here's what I think will take this to the next level. And I took them all to heart. And God, I just love the man so much.
He was our biggest supporter, Stephen, but he was
Oh
also...
boy! Oh my God! You're the fucking White House. How is your audio this bad? Also, I don't believe Stephen Miller gives a single shit about Charlie Kirk. Like, a single goddamn shit. He has the emotive capacity of a rock, and even I just don't believe him.
Agreed. He would figure out how to get us to get where he wanted us to go.
Yes.
He's always such a big cheerleader. Absolutely right. The darkest moments of my life, it was Charlie who was on the phone saying, "Don't let him get to you. Keep on fighting. Keep on going." You're absolutely right. So I want to be mindful of time here. A lot of people are very worried about how we got here in the first place. And you have the crazies on the far left who are saying, oh, Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, they're going to go after constitutionally protected speech. No, we're going to go after the NGO network that foments, facilitates, and engages in violence. That's not okay. Violence.
Wait, what NGO network are you talking about that's engaging in violence? No. We're not going after constitutionally protected speech. We're going after the NGOs that are funding violence. What NGO funded this assassination, man? Come on, be specific.
This is not okay in our system, and we want to make it less likely that that happens. Walk me through, at a high level, like what you and I have been working on, what the whole administration has been working on to try to make sure that we don't reward and promote this craziness.
Yes, so it's an excellent question. I said this before, and but it bears repeating. The last message that Charlie sent me was, I think it was just the day before we lost him.
Hey Jack, remind me again why the Vice President of the United States is interviewing the main villain from 50 Days of Night.
Hey now.
Thanks in advance.
Hey now, that's not just the main villain from 50 Days of Night. It's also like one of the throwaway monsters from Dusk Till Dawn. Thank you for the $5 dono, Knifius Deck.
Which is that we need to have an organized strategy to go after the left-wing organizations that are promoting violence in this country. And
like what?
I will write
which
those words
ones?
onto my heart and I will carry them out. If people ask me, what emotions I'm feeling right now, this is something people say, I mean, you kind of know the answer. There's incredible sadness, but there's incredible anger. And the thing about anger is that unfocused anger or blind rage is not a productive emotion.
Right.
But focused anger, righteous anger, directed for a just cause is one of the most important agents of change in human history.
Charlie showed that. Amen.
And we are going to channel all of the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination to uproot and dismantle these terrorist networks. So let me...
What organized campaign that led to the assassination? The assassin was a conservative.
Explain a little bit what that means. So...
I've got 30 seconds, so be quick, Stephen.
The organized doxing campaigns, the organized riots, the organized...
You got... My brother in Christ, your team is doing the doxing right now. There's literally a website called Charlie Kirk's Murderers that rebranded to, like, the Charlie Kirk Data Foundation that is compiling doxing lists and, like, was publicly posting it. Elon Musk, like, just a couple days ago, retweeted a list of, like, 66 random people with their full information. Like, are you going after Elon Musk? Like, what does that mean? What organizations are doing doxing campaigns that are funded?
Street violence, the organized campaigns of dehumanization, vilification, posting people's addresses, combining that with messaging that's designed to trigger and incite violence, and the actual organized cells that carry out and facilitate the violence. It is a vast domestic terror movement. And with God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen, and we will do it in Charlie's name.
Thank you, Stephen. Don't go away. I'll be joined by a guest of Friends just in a few seconds.
What an absolute ghoul, just like a little weaselly ghoul, man. I would say a trash man, but like that does a disservice to actual trash men and trash women and trash people. Okay, they do a vital service. Unlike Stephen Miller, who, I don't know, I guess creates carbon dioxide for trees to breathe. That is his most valuable contribution to society.
Hold on, that was Stephen Miller? I thought that was Stephen Merchant as Caliban in the movie Logan.
Well done, Knife is stuck.
See you soon.
Oh, right. Yeah, we have to skip ahead here. I don't feel the need to, like, watch these chuckle fucks talk to each other, or, like, the press secretary to go on. I also don't really feel the need for Tucker Carlson, or RFK Jr., or Susie Wiles. Like, who gives a fuck about Susie Wiles? But we are gonna watch the closing bit of this.
George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine.
Oh boy. Well, okay. I guess we need to back that one up a little bit.
Shortly after Usha and I left Charlie's family and Charlie's remains in Arizona, I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits. The very evidence she provides, this hack of a writer, shows that she lied about a dead man, and yet she wrote it. An esteemed magazine published it. It made it through the editors, and of course, liberal billionaires rewarded that attack.
Action picks. We would Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks. We would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like, oh, of course. That's why we need affirmative action, because you have impressed us with your brilliance. Of course. Oh no, imagine the world without Joy Reid. Imagine the world without Sheila Jackson Lee or Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson. They think this is persuasive. They think as they kind of now reveal that I'm only here because of anti-white, anti-Asian forced discrimination policies. That turned me into a bitter, resentful activist that hates white people, honestly, through our politics.
Ooh, that was loud. But I'm also going to just throw out there, it's not what J.D. Vance just described. Because he threw in another line in there about stealing the jobs from white people. Because the implication here is that these black women don't have the mental capacity to compete against white men for these jobs. And therefore, their presence stole jobs from equally qualified white people. Or, sorry, more qualified white people. That's Charlie Kirk's formulation. Now, J.D. Vance is trying to say, well, no. He wasn't saying that about all black people, just these particular ones. But, like, that's the formulation, even just about these particular ones, that's still racist. Like, if you're racist against just a specific
Almost
black
like
person, it's
trusting
still
these
racism.
individuals with a random chance of a gacha was a la boo-boo.
Uh-huh. If you're racist against one specific black person, you're still being racist.
Now, of course, even if Charlie had uttered those words, it wouldn't mean that he deserved his fate. But consider the level of propaganda at work. Charlie was gunned.
Well, yeah, but, like, the point of the article that you're talking about is not that Charlie Kirk deserved to get gunned down. It's that certain groups of people aren't going to be sad en masse. And no one fucking owes you tears at your funeral, dude. No one. Literally no one owes you that.
Down in broad daylight, and well-funded institutions of the left lied about what he said so as to justify his murder.
And, you know, I feel pretty good that we just came off 4 hours of listening to the things that Charlie Kirk said and believed in order to, in his own words, in order to arrive at what he actually did believe. None of this justifies his assassination, and almost none, I can't say 100%, but I would say 99.9% of the people out there who are talking about the things that Charlie Kirk said and believed are not saying these things to say it justifies his assassination. But we need to be able to look at the man in the sober light of truth without trying to, like, score these ideological points. And the truth is, he was virulently bigoted. Even in the clip that J.D. Vance is trying to downplay, multiple times he talks about, like, how, oh, they just hate white people, and they are stealing jobs from the poor whites. Like, okay. We understand where you're coming from, JD. Anyone who watched Charlie Kirk's show knows where you're coming from if they remember that particular clip.
This is soulless and evil. But I was struck not just by the dishonesty of this smear.
By the way, you know, just as an FYI, the President of the United States ordered a strike on another boat in the Caribbean, and that, like, I'm sorry, even if they were smuggling drugs, that is not a crime with a death sentence. The drugs don't justify murdering an entire boatload of people. But that's the second time he's done that.
But by the glee over a young husband's and young father's death. Quote, she says, he was an unrepentant racist, transphobe, homophobe, and misogynist.
Those are all true. Those are all true. We've watched clip after clip of each one of those being validated time and time again.
The Nation wrote,
who often wrapped his bigotry in Bible verses because there was no other way to pretend that it was morally correct. He had children, as do many vile people. That's what they said. He had children, as do many vile people.
Yeah. That's true. Bad people also have children sometimes. Like, I don't know how to, like, explain this to you folks, but, like, y'all know, like, members of the Ku Klux Klan had kids, right? Doesn't make them good people.
Now, hours before this smear was published, my wife and I had the honor of escorting Charlie's body back to his home in Arizona. We took his wife, Erica, we love you, his parents, his sister, and a few of his best friends with us. And as they offloaded Charlie's casket from Air Force Two, I worried that Erica would collapse with grief. Now, I'm a very lucky husband to a very wonderful wife, but I have never been prouder of my wife than that moment as she held Erica in Erica's very darkest hour. And I thought of Erica as I read that disgusting attack on Charlie. He had children, as do many vile people.
That's not an attack. That is a descriptor. And it's true. Osama bin Laden had children. Does that make him a saint? He had a lot of kids, actually. Does that make him a saint? No. It doesn't. Does having children absolve you of a lifetime of bigotry? No.
That's what they said about him. I said the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And I asked Usha what Erica had said to her earlier in the day in a private moment, and I asked Erica's permission to share this. My wife told me, she asked me for advice. Erica asked me for advice on how she should tell her children that their father had been murdered. She asked my wife how to tell her beautiful kids that their father and my dear, very dear friend is no longer with us. And as she was doing it, there were people dancing on that father's grave.
Nah, dude. I don't think people accurately describing Charlie Kirk is the same as actively celebrating his death. These are two different things. Conflating them is very dangerous. And I think that, frankly, he knows that. And he's doing this specifically because he wants to broaden the field of targets for what inevitably is going to be a political persecution of J.D. Vance and, by extension, the Trump administration's political enemies.
Now, I have heard many calls in the last few days for unity and for healing in the wake of Charlie's assassination. You have no idea how desperately I want that, how gratified I was when Democratic friends and even former Senate colleagues reached out to offer their condolences to me. I'm so thankful. And I know there are so many like them all across our great country. I am desperate to wrap my arms around them as we all unite to condemn political violence and the ideas that cause it. Psalm 133 tells us, "Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head." Oh, how badly have I craved that precious ointment in recent days, and I believe we can have it. But first, we must tell the truth. It's the only way to honor Charlie, for what was he, if not a man who told the truth in every place, in every environment? Now, the most important truth Charlie told is this: that long
This feels so hollow. Yeah, it's because JD Vance has no riz. Like, he's just like, it's like someone wound up like a gear in him, and, you know, the Nazi gear, and he's just like going through the motions. Like, he's not a true believer. He doesn't believe any of this shit. He doesn't care. And I just... What's been painfully obvious to me about JD Vance for a long time is that he's just in it for the money. You know? Like, he's been a Peter Thiel guy through and through from the very beginning. He was an investment bro. Like, I know he likes to cosplay as like a working class guy, but like, he went to Ivy League schools. He's an investor bro. He's from venture capital, from like the same people who are like buying up all of like the single family homes in America to rent them back to us at exorbitant prices. You know? He's one of those guys, and he's in the pocket of Peter Thiel, one of the richest people in the world, who is now making even more money off of ludicrously lucrative government contracts. And like, his entire thing is he doesn't want this gravy train to end. And so if he has to use Charlie Kirk's death in order to like make that happen, he will. But that doesn't mean he's good at trying to use Charlie Kirk's death. He's painfully aware of how anti-human he comes across. You know? Like, I don't know. I'm just throwing this in there.
Fucker! You gonna fucking couch, buddy? Right here. Do not go past.
You're telling me with that face, he wasn't a billionaire playboy.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Go fuck the couch, JD Vance. Go fuck the couch. Oh look, it's couch fucker. You gonna fuck a couch, buddy?
You gonna fuck a couch, buddy? I mean, like, that's the vibes, you know? That's an insult that actually lands with this guy. He doesn't care about the things he has to do or say, but he does care that that's how he comes across to people, you know?
Ago, a man, begotten, not made, came down from heaven, and by the Holy Spirit was incarnate of the Virgin Mary and became man. For our sake, he was crucified under Pontius Pilate and suffered death and was buried and rose again on the 3rd day. Charlie believed, as I do, that all the truth he told flowed from that fundamental principle. I really do believe that we can come together in this country. I believe we must. But unity, real unity, can be found only after climbing the mountain of truth. And there are difficult truths we must confront in our country. One truth is that 24% of self-described, quote, very liberals believe it is acceptable to be happy about the death of a political opponent, while only 3% of self-described very conservatives agree. 3% is too many, of course.
Nah, I'm sorry. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Are you kidding me? Like, Charlie Kirk was like talking about getting the guy who was who caused like brain damage to Paul Pelosi out of prison. He's giggling about it. the entire conservative influencer sphere was giggling about how teehee, the guy who was gonna assassinate Nancy Pelosi and like permanently damaged her husband, like was actually his gay lover. Ha ha ha. They thought it was funny. You know? Like I'm sorry. These people would celebrate in the streets if Hillary Clinton died tomorrow. They laugh about, like, dudes choking people to death on subways. Specifically choking black people to death on subways. Like, if like Obama died, they would throw parties in the streets.
Another truth is that 26% of young liberals believe political violence is sometimes justified, and only 7.
Let's see. Where are you getting your stats from, man? All right. Most Americans say political violence is a very big problem or somewhat of a problem. By quite a bit, actually. So 87%. That's pretty big. Let's see here. Democrats and Republicans are more likely to say political violence is a big problem after attacks on members of their own party. You know what's really interesting though? Like, asked after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, 58% of Democrats said it was a big problem. Asked after the assassination of Melissa Hortman, who's a Democratic lawmaker in Minnesota, 56%. More people, more Democrats, a larger portion of Democrats thought political violence was a big problem after the assassination of Charlie Kirk versus after the assassination of a Democratic lawmaker. After the attack on Paul Pelosi, only 31% of Republicans thought that political violence is a big problem. Like, that's nuts. Most Americans say it's unacceptable to be happy about political figures' deaths, but younger and more liberal Americans are more likely to call it acceptable. That's interesting. Now, I do always wonder, what do they mean when they, like, who are they interviewing for very liberal and who are they interviewing for very conservative? Because I've been on the internet long enough to know that very, very conservative folks tend to be very in favor of violence. They just don't answer that on surveys. But, that being said, yeah. I have to hand it to JD Vance. He did accurately summarize that poll.
7% of young conservatives say the same. Again, too high a number. In a country of 330 million people, you can, of course, find one person of a given political persuasion justifying this or that or almost anything. But the data is clear. People on the left are much likelier to defend and celebrate political violence. This is not...
Yeah, well, let's be clear here. Thinking that political violence is sometimes justified, and also thinking that it's okay to be happy when one of your political enemies dies, I think these are different than, like, actively engaging in political violence. And when it comes to actively engaging in political violence, we know from decade upon decade upon decade of FBI statistics that far-right, white nationalist violence in this country is the #1 threat to our domestic security. It is the most likely kind of political violence.
A both sides problem. If both sides have a problem, one side has a much bigger and malignant problem, and that is the truth we must be told. That problem has terrible consequences. The leader of our party, Donald J. Trump, escaped an assassin's bullet by less than an inch. Our House Majority Leader, Stephen Scalise, came within seconds of death by an assassin himself. And now, the most influential conservative activist in generations, our friend Charlie, has been murdered. This violence, it doesn't come from nowhere. Now, any political movement, violent or not violent, is a collection of forces. It's like a pyramid that stacks on top, one support on top of the other. That pyramid's got a foundation of donors, of activists, of journalists, now of social media influencers, and of course of politicians. Not every member of that pyramid would commit a murder. In fact, over 99%, I'm sure, would not. But by celebrating that murder, apologizing for it, and emphasizing not Charlie's innocence, but the fact that he said things some didn't like, even to the point of lying about what he actually said, many of these people are creating an environment where things like this are inevitably going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think pointing out the things he said is creating that. I think maybe it might be if just quoting the things he said and saying, I dislike that and I think that that's racist, bigoted, etc. If just doing that is making the world an unsafe space, then perhaps it's the words that he said, man.
A couple of months ago, I headlined a fundraiser in Southern California, and since we'd be out there anyways, my wife and I decided to take our kids to Disneyland one weekend. We had fun, and to be clear, most of the guests said very nice things, or they just left us alone. But there was a loud and very vocal minority that would shout at my children, who were 8, 5, and 3, whenever they got the opportunity. "You should disown your dad, you little shit," one middle-aged woman yelled at my 5-year-old. "Tell the Secret Service to protect the Constitution, not your father," screamed another. Are these women violent? Probably not. Are they deranged? Certainly. And while our side of the aisle certainly has its crazies, it is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left. After Charlie died, one of his friends and one of our senior White House staffers had left-leaning operatives in his neighborhood passing out leaflets telling people what he looked like and where he lived, encouraging neighbors to harass him or, God forbid, to do worse. While he was mourning his...
Now, just want to throw this out there. This is from a study titled Far Left versus Far Right Fatal Violence, an Empirical Assessment of the Prevalence of Ideologically Motivated Homicides in the United States. This was published August 1st of 2021. And, well, let's take a look here at this fun little graph compiled by the folks doing the study. Figure 1, ideologically motivated homicide incidents in the United States from 1990 to 2020. And as you can see, consistently through almost the entirety of all that time, the far right has had quite a lead on the far left in terms of homicide incidents. And then we have, except for one spike in like 2017. Then we have figure 2, ideologically motivated homicide victims in the United States, 1990 to 2020. And that is almost entirely, again, far right. And the conclusion of this paper is that far right violent extremism is still one of the greatest, and by far greater than far left extremism, threats to the United States security. Or the security of the United States, rather. So, J.D. Vance, again, this is all just fabrication in order to create a pretext. Yeah, a lot of it is conservatives killing conservatives when it comes to these incidents. And not only that, that's what's happening right now. What's happening right now with this whole incident with Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Dead friend, he and his wife had to worry about the political terrorists drawing a big target on the home he shares with his young children. Are these people violent? I hope not. But are they guilty of encouraging violence? You damn well better believe it. We can thank God that most Democrats don't share these attitudes, and I do, while acknowledging that something has gone very wrong with a lunatic fringe, a minority, but a growing and powerful minority on the far left. There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know that the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups who funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death, do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer. And how do they reward us? By setting fire to the house built by the American family over 250 years. I am desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so
badly, which is why I'm screaming about how there can be no unity.
So badly that I will tell you a difficult truth. We can only have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable, and when we work to dismantle the institutions that promote violence and terrorism in our own country.
You know what? And on this point, I agree. I agree with J.D. Vance. We must work to dismantle these networks that have built up an apparatus to enact violence upon the American people and upon people of other nations, right? We have a rogue president who is bombing civilians for no reason in the Caribbean. That must be stopped. We have a government that is hell-bent on defunding Medicaid, immiserating tens of millions of people, potentially killing up to like 15,000 people every year. For no reason other than to make rich people richer. This is political violence. When we look at the suffering caused, the number of people who are going to lose their homes, when we look at the number of people who are going to lose their health care, the number of people who are going to suffer and die, that is also political violence. And I agree that that violence needs to be put to an end. So, J.D. Vance, why are you supporting political violence at this very moment? And not political violence against one or two people. You're supporting political violence against tens of millions of people in this country. Tens of millions. You are supporting deploying the U.S. military onto U.S. streets. This is political violence. You are supporting the disappearances of U.S. citizens on the mere suspicion that they might be doing something illegal. This is political violence. You are disappearing people at the barrel of a gun. This is political violence. And yes, assassinations are also political violence. And I agree. We need to put a stop to assassinations. The same way we need to put a stop to the mass suffering and infliction of violence that J.D. Vance and the Republican Party are currently championing. But something tells me that J.D. Vance is actually very okay with political violence. And something tells me that these Republicans that are currently in power are very okay with political violence. As long as it doesn't hurt one of the people they like.
Now, our government, you heard me talk to Stephen Miller about this, will be working very hard to do exactly that in the months to come. We're not always going to get it right. We will sometimes move more slowly than you would like. We will sometimes move more slowly than I want us to. But I promise you that we will explore every option to bring real unity to our country and stop those who would kill their fellow Americans because they don't like what they say. But you have a role too. Civil society, Charlie understood this well.
You know, also, I'm sorry, just...
And stop those who would kill their fellow Americans because they don't like what they say.
Why are you supporting, like, political retribution against people from the U.S. government because you don't like what they say? Like, you might not like that people aren't mourning Charlie Kirk sufficiently. You might not like that some people are happy that Charlie Kirk is gone. But, like, they have a right to feel that way and express it, as long as they are not making explicit threats. And the government cannot punish speech like that. It simply can't. So you're kind of put into a little bit of a bind, aren't you, buddy?
But you have a role too. Civil society, Charlie understood this well, is not just something that flows from the government. It flows from each and every one of us. It flows from all of us. So when you see someone celebrating Charlie's murder, call them out. And hell, call their employer. We don't believe in political violence, but we do believe in civility. And there was no civility in the celebration of political assassination. Get involved, get involved, get involved. It's the best way to honor Charlie's legacy. Start a chapter of TPUSA or get involved in the one that already exists. If you're older, volunteer for your local party, write an op-ed in your local paper, run for office. I can't promise you this is going to be easy. I can't promise you that all of us will avoid Charlie's fate. I can't promise you that I will avoid Charlie's fate. But the best way to honor him is to shine the light of truth like a torch in the very darkest places. Go do it.
Go dox them. Go, like, get them fired from their jobs. But, like, that's what he's, you know, this is what I meant, by the way, when I started this segment, and I said that this is not the action of a government that is operating from a place of strength. Okay? This is weakness, actually. This is him basically acknowledging the limits, the constitutional limits upon his power. And I know that what he just said is very alarming, but that's why he needs to look into the camera and say, hey, you all need to do this job for the government. Right? They are trying to fabricate this into a Reichstag fire moment to kickstart like a fascist movement, an even more explicitly fascist movement with the support of the public, because they, as the government, have their hands tied when it comes to what they can do about the speech they don't like. And so they are relying on a brown shirt movement of cyber sleuths and, you know, folks who are going to mask up and go door to door. That's what they're trying to do here. And I think that this is a particularly weak time for them. And I think that that's good for us. Because I gotta tell you guys, if you heard something there about them getting organized, the best way to defend yourself and the best way to defend the people you love is to get even more organized. To go to those meetings, whether you attend in person or online, to go to your city council meetings, to figure out how your local government works, figure out the local groups that are active in your political scene, and figure out how to get organized. Organize with your local Dems if you can, organize with your local DSA if you can, whatever groups you gravitate towards, organize. Because these people are trying to organize against you, and if you are all alone, that will make you more vulnerable if they try to come for you. Okay? Yeah, Ret Negative. They're all going to be masking up to keep you safe from COVID. That's exactly what I meant. So, y'all need to step up a little bit. Because these people are going to try. That's the thing. They might not be operating from a place of strength, but they are attempting to have their Reichstag fire moment. And the more organized you are and the more organized you can be in your communities, the better chance you have to keep you and yours safe. All right? And if you guys need help joining your local Dems or your local DSA, join our Discord. Join our Discord. !Discord in any of the chats. And you can reach out to Dragonfly to help you get in touch with your local Dems. Because I know sometimes it can be tricky to find where they meet or what they're up to in your neck of the woods. And if you are interested in joining DSA, again, join our Discord and then reach out to Gamergy, and she will be more than happy to help you get connected with your local DSA or even start your own local chapter. Okay? And if you don't feel comfortable organizing with either of those, look around you. Who are you comfortable organizing with? Is it the local, homeless shelter, the local soup kitchen? Like, figure it out. Is it, if you're religious, is it your local church or synagogue or mosque? Like, figure it out. Make it work.
Joined DSA.
You're Ascended Kitten. Thank you for joining DSA, and thank you for the $5 dono. It really means a lot. Thank you. So, that's where we're at when it comes to this. Because these people are getting organized, or they're trying to.
We owe it to our friend to ensure that his killer is not just prosecuted but punished. And the worst punishment is not the death penalty, but the knowledge that Charlie's mission continues after he's gone. St. Paul tells us in the book of Ephesians to put on the full armor of God. Let all of us put on that armor and commit ourselves to that cause for which Charlie gave his life, to rebuild a united States of America, and to do it by telling the truth.
We need to build a United States of America by kicking the shit out of everyone who disagrees with us. We're gonna get you. Like that's crazy. Like you can't end with a call to unity like that after the anti-unity speech. Fuck you. But anyway, after all this was over, JD Vance had to fuck more than a few couch cushions. We're gonna be stuck with him? Maybe. We'll see. But, yeah. It's a scary time, for sure. I would suggest, folks, make sure you have, like, a next step plan if, you are feeling vulnerable or unsafe in your neighborhoods or cities or states. And yeah, it's have a plan to get someplace safe. I don't know what that plan is for each individual situation you guys might be in, but have a backup plan if things go tits up. Cuz these people intend to put a lot of tits up. So, that being said, organize. Organizing is the best defense we have, and I do truly mean that. So, if you enjoyed that video, like, comment, and subscribe. It's always the worst way to end this. God. I'm scared. Me too. Me too. Say Livy. But I'll be here broadcasting through it, folks. Sterling Nash, thank you for the offer of 2 spare rooms in Canada. if you're in the Discord, maybe we can start trying to set up like potential spots for community members if things go real bad. Now, folks, we've been going for 6.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, you guys make this stream possible. I could not do it without you guys, and yeah, it's difficult work and kind of soul crushing at times, especially in these times. But we'll keep on keeping on. Feel like this is Dark Ages 2.0. That sounds like a cool video game, though. Thank you for everything you do, Jack. You're very welcome, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Winnie Rose, please take care of yourself. It's sounds like this coming weekend is not going to be a great time in Phoenix. Definitely sounds like a good game title. Definitely a scary time. True. What's happening in Phoenix? Charlie Kirk's funeral. I've been up way too long. Same! I gotta get up in like a handful of hours. So folks, deal with clinical depression. Hey, I deal with I deal with depression as well. Get some rest. I will indeed. And folks, tomorrow, I wish I could say we'll take it easy and do a game stream, but I've said that like 3 times in the last week and just no games have been played. So I'm not going to jinx it, but yeah, we have a bunch of segments left to talk about. We'll get to them. Oh god, my hair. So messy. Thanks for having us over. You're very welcome, chat. Messy hair. Not here tomorrow? No! Do I know about woodcocks? Oh, I know all about woodcocks. Good night, everybody. I'm sorry. Good night. Bye.
You may be surprised the people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks. They say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.